Manusia di atas teknologi. Semua inovasi bersumber dari manusia. Sedangkan sumber daya manusia yang unggul berawal dari pendidikan dan guru yang profesional. Dan masa depan bermula dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kota tempatmu tinggal? Kota sebelum kamu memulai masa depan yang kamu impikan. Kota pendidikan yang sejuk dengan sejuta keindahan yang menawarkan berbagai kesempatan untuk memulai mimpimu. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kampusmu? Kampus Islam terbaik dunia. Dengan berbagai rekognisi yang akan menginspirasimu untuk tumbuh dan menjadi bagian dari revolusi masa depan. Bagaimana jika ini adalah fakultasmu? Fakultas terkemuka dengan 7 pilihan program studi yang memiliki sejarah panjang dan kontribusi nyata dalam dunia pendidikan. Tempatmu belajar dan melihat dunia dengan perspektif yang berbeda. Dan ini adalah kelasmu, kelas yang tanpa sekat ruang dan waktu. Kamu akan bertemu dengan mereka, berkolaborasi, dan mengatasi tantangan-tantangan ke depan. Kamu akan bertemu dengan dosen inspiratif yang membawamu berpetualang memperluas cakrawala dengan tetap berpegang pada nilai-nilai keislaman. Mengubah passion menjadi penelitian yang memberikan jawaban berbagai permasalahan, mendorongmu hadir di tengah mereka yang membutuhkan. Dan ini adalah kelas pilihanmu. Dengan jas merahmu, kamu akan berkolaborasi dengan mereka dalam menyelami ilmu pengetahuan secara merdeka. Bagaimana jika ini adalah frame yang akan berisi potret dirimu? Bergabung bersama deretan potret senyum kemenangan menjadi kebanggaan. Ini adalah wajah-wajah yang akan kamu temui kelak. Wajah-wajah penuh harapan yang menjanjikan gemilang Indonesia. Dan kamu menjadi bagian di dalamnya. Ini adalah titik balik dalam kehidupanmu. Disinilah mimpimu akan terwujud. Mulailah sebagai generasi pembaharu. Join FKIP UMM, Reach Your Bright Future.
Teman-teman semua, hari ini aku bersama Ica dan juga Nisam akan mengajak kalian semua untuk berkenalan langsung dengan Fakultas Agama Islam Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang.
Mau tahu apa aja yang ada di FAI UMM?
Yuk langsung ikutin kita.
Tahu nggak sih teman-teman kalau Fakultas Agama Islam itu salah satu fakultas tertua loh di UMM? Nah, Fakultas Agama Islam sendiri mempunyai visi untuk menjadi fakultas yang terkemuka dalam pengembangan dan pengamalan ilmu-ilmu keislaman di tingkat internasional pada tahun 2030.
Teman-teman tahu nggak sih, Fakultas Agama Islam mempunyai 4 program studi, yang masing-masing program studinya memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas menunjang dalam proses akademik. Yuk kita telusuri.
Nah, Prodi PAI ini menjadi salah satu prodi awal ketika Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang didirikan dengan nama Jurusan Pendidikan Agama. Prodi PAI sejak diberlakukan sistem akreditasi selalu mendapatkan akreditasi A dan saat ini telah terkonversi juga ke peringkat unggul. Untuk menunjang pembelajaran, Prodi PAI dilengkapi dengan laboratorium micro-teaching yang memfasilitasi pelaksanaan praktikum dan magang. Lab micro-teaching juga mendukung pembelajaran hybrid. Klik Mengajar, salah satu sarana belajar mahasiswa berbasis web dihadirkan untuk memudahkan mahasiswa. Berbagai informasi dan media pembelajaran dapat diakses di dalam aplikasi ini, sehingga mahasiswa dapat belajar di mana saja dan kapan saja.
selanjutnya adalah Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam. Prodi yang satu ini juga sudah terakreditasi A loh teman-teman. Selain itu, prodi ini juga sudah mempunyai fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti ruang sidang semu. Biasanya, ruangan ini digunakan untuk membantu mahasiswanya dalam melakukan praktek beracara di persidangan yang bertujuan untuk menunjang kompetensi bagi lulusan-lulusannya. Ada juga ruangan advokat di mana mahasiswa dapat mempraktekkan bagaimana cara memberikan konsultasi hukum sebagai seorang advokat. Oh iya, mahasiswanya juga melakukan praktek akad nikah loh teman-teman, sebagai salah satu praktek dari mata kuliahnya. Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam juga mempunyai alat astrofotografi untuk menunjang salah satu praktek mata kuliahnya yaitu ilmu falak. Alat ini digunakan untuk mempelajari tentang perputaran benda langit dalam menentukan awal bulan Komariah.
Program studi selanjutnya adalah Ekonomi Syariah. Program studi ini berdiri sejak tahun 2012 loh teman-teman. Dan prodi ini mempunyai konsentrasi peminatan di bidang keuangan syariah, akuntansi syariah, dan manajemen syariah. Visi Ekonomi Syariah menjadi program studi terkemuka tingkat nasional tahun 2030 dalam mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam. Misi Ekonomi Syariah menyelenggarakan pendidikan ekonomi syariah jenjang strata 1 berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam, mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi syariah berbasis riset, melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam ilmu ekonomi syariah yang dapat menunjang kualitas pendidikan dan pembelajaran, serta mengembangkan kerjasama dengan pihak lain yang saling menguntungkan dalam pengembangan ilmu ekonomi syariah. Alumni-alumni Prodi Ekonomi Syariah juga telah diterima di berbagai instansi seperti instansi pemerintahan, BUMN dan perusahaan nasional serta internasional, dan banyak juga yang telah berkarir mandiri di bisnis startup. Prodi ini juga sudah memfasilitasi bagi mahasiswa yang melakukan penelitian dengan menyediakan jurnal yang sudah terakreditasi Sinta 2. Nah, yang terakhir nih teman-teman, ada program studi pendidikan bahasa Arab. Program studi ini didirikan pada tahun 2014. Prodi ini mempunyai tujuan untuk memberikan solusi terhadap berbagai persoalan pengembangan pembelajaran bahasa Arab di Indonesia. Program studi ini juga sudah dilengkapi dengan fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti laboratorium komputer, yang dapat digunakan mahasiswa untuk merancang media pembelajaran. Lalu, laboratorium bahasa Arab yang digunakan mahasiswanya untuk melatih kemahiran dalam berbahasa Arab sehari-hari. Selain belajar tentang kebahasaan dan pendidikan bahasa Arab, di Prodi Bahasa Arab kita juga bisa belajar bagaimana menjadi guide dan praktik langsung di dunia usaha.
Nah, udah tahu apa aja yang ada di FHUMM? Yuk, buruan join!
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all distinguished delegates of ICEDU 2022. On behalf of the committee, I would like to welcome everyone to International Conference on Education 2022, conducted by Education Faculty and Islamic Studies Faculty, University of Muhammadiyah, Malang. May I have a round of applause for all of us today? Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rahmania Santoso. It's an honor and privilege to me to be the MC for this loving morning. And first of all, please allow me to express our gratitude and warm welcome to the Honorable Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, Profesor Syamsul Arifin. Good morning. Selamat pagi, Bapak. And also, I would like to welcome our speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali from University of California, Riverside, USA, Dennis Alonso, PhD from UNSW, Australia, Professor Tiseng Chang from National Donghua University, Taiwan, and also the head of the committee, Mr. Fuad Jaya Miharja, MPD. And I would like to extend our gratitude to all the delegates of ICDU 2022. Before we start today's agendas, I would like to remind you to please use your virtual background and rename your Zoom account name by using the format room name space room number underscore your name. Once again, the format is room name space room number underscore your name. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome our honorable guests and participants, we would like to present traditional dance performance by the students of UMM. Gading Alit traditional dance is one of the creative dances originating from Malang City, East Java. This is one of the new contemporary dance which firstly performed in 2014. This dance depicts the expression of love from young women who want to attract the opposite sex and prepare for the future. The concept of Gading Ali dance is dynamic traditional dance with slightly flirtatious, lively, and cheerful movements. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please welcome Gading Ali traditional dance performance. May I have a round of applause to all the dancers once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to sing Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. We invite the conductor to lead the song. Ini tok kan? Semuanya. Ya udah. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is reciting Holy Quran. Mr. Fikri Robbuna, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير والله بما تعملون خبير صدق الله العظيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. Fuad Jayamiharja as the head of the committee to come to the stage for delivering today's event report.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of the University of Muhammadiyah Malang, Associate Professor Dr. Fauzan, Magister of Education, Vice Rector for Academic Al-Islam and Kemuhammadiyahan, Professor Dr. Samsul Arifin, Magister of Science, Dean the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Associate Professor Dr. Trisakti Handayani, Magister of Management, Dean the Faculty of Islamic Studies, Associate Professor Dr. Khozin, Magister of Science, and Head of Scientific Publication Development Institute, Associate Professor Dr. Fardini Sabilah, Magister of Education. Since being designated as the world's best Islamic campus in 2021, according to Unirank version, the international atmosphere at the University of Muhammadiyah Malang is increasingly felt. The first international conference on education is one of the international conference cluster held by UMM under the International Conference on Sustainable Development, or ICOSDEV. The ISEDU is held collaboratively by the Faculty of the Teacher Training and Education and the Faculty of Islamic Studies. The first ISEDU in 2022 takes the theme of strengthening professional and spiritual education through 21st century skill, empowerment in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. Suffering from the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, the world of education has faced various challenges, such as students' learning shift, teacher competency development, learning innovation, various other issues from general and religious education context. These best practices must be disseminated in an impactful conference to spread the positive spirit obtained after the pandemic. The implementation of the first ECEDU in 2022 cannot be separated from contribution from the various parties. We noted that a total 70 papers were presented at this conference today. The participating authors are from various countries such as Malaysia, Philippines, South Korea, Taiwan, Australia, the United States of America, and also from Indonesia, with various backgrounds such as from lecturers, researchers, teachers, and postgraduate students. We thank and appreciate the Honorable Professor Teseng Chang, National Donghua University from Taiwan, Mr. Dennis Alonso, PhD, from the University of New South Wales, Australia, and Professor Muhammad Ali from the University of California, Riverside, USA, as the keynote speakers, and Professor Dr. Top Brony, Magister of Science, Professor Dr. Dwi Priyo Utomo, Magister of Education, Professor Dr. Ribut Wahyu Erianti, Magister of Science and Magister of Education from the University of Muhammadiyah Malang as invited speakers, who are willing and pleased to join and share the latest research inspiration in the field of general and Islamic education. Not to forget, we also thanks to the co-hosts involved in this activity, the University of Muhammadiyah Makassar from Makassar, South Sulawesi, Budi Utomo Teacher Training and Education Institute, IKIP Budi Utomo East Java, Teacher Training and Education College, STKIPP GRI Sumeneb from East Java, Tribakti Islamic Institute Kediri, East Java, and State Islamic University, Kiai Haji Ahmad Siddiq, Jember, East Java. Hopefully, this collaborative work will be beginning of a more and massive quality collaboration in the field of publication and conference in the future. Lastly, we would like to thank to the steering committee, the organizing committee, who gave their best thought and contribution to organizing the first ECEDU in 2022. May all the hard work be good and not for all of us. May all the hard work. Finally, to all presenters, we wish you a happy conference. I hope you get the tremendous experience and inspiration from the first ECEDU in 2022. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you, Mr. Fuad, for delivering today's event report. And now I would like to invite Professor Syamsul Arifin, Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, for the opening remarks.
Thank you, Mbak Ocha. We meet again, as usual, ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Innal hamdalillah la haula wala quwata illa billah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu la nabiyya ba'da. Rabbi israh li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli, amma ba'du. His Excellency Professor Teseng Chang, is correct, yeah? The professor from the National Donghua University, Taiwan, and His Excellency Professor Dennis Alonso. He is professor in the University of New South Wales, Australia, and His Excellency Professor Muhammad Ali, the professor at the University of California, Riverside, the United States of America. And I would like to say hello with all much respect to the invited speakers, Professor Tobroni. He is professor from the Faculty of Islamic Studies, and Professor Dwi Priyo Utomo. Welcome, Professor Priyo, Dwi Priyo Utomo. And the last but not least, Professor Ribut Wahyu Erianti. All of them are professor from University of Muhammadiyah, Malang. First of all, we would like to say Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, because our Lord Allah Subhanahu wa Taala always bestow the blessing, bestow the health to us, so we can gather in the great forum. That is the first international conference, ICEDU, International Conference on Education. As this conference conducted collaboratively between the Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. Hopefully, this conference is not the first, and also is not the last year. So I hope to all of parties here to keep maintain, to continue this conference in the next years. The secondly, on behalf the Chancellor, on behalf the Rector of University of Muhammadiyah Malang, we would like to express my appreciation to all of parties in University of Muhammadiyah Malang that collaborated well, Faculty of Islamic Studies, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, and also Scientific Publication Institute, Scientific Publication Development Institute. Especially I would like to mention the director, Bu Fardini, and also the secretary, Mas Tommy, because this institute always accompany each chapter in International Conference of University of Muhammadiyah Malang. So once again, thank you so much. And thirdly, I would like to express my appreciation to all of parties, because not only to the speaker, but also the invited speaker, the resources person, and then to the committee that also attending here physically, and I hope we can take some benefit from this conference. As said in the flyer here about the conference, written here, the International Conference on Education ICEDU will be held in Malang, East Java, Indonesia, of September 28, 2023, online. The conference is organized by the Faculty of the Teacher Training and Education and the Faculty of Islamic Studies, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. The aim, I would like to give the highlight here. The aim of the conference is to provide a platform for researchers, experts, and practitioners from academia, government, NGOs, research institute, and industries to meet and share cutting-edge progress in the field of education. It provides an opportunity to enhance understanding the relationship between knowledge and research related to the education, spiritual, and professional life. I hope the aim of the conference we can take some opportunity. I think that's all, and let's start this conference by saying Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Invite the representative of Education Faculty and also the representative of Islamic Studies Faculty to come to the stage, accompany Prof. Syamsul to hit the traditional gong as a symbol of opening this ceremony.
I will take the both the time and invite the honorable person, please Boy, to start the first hearing. And to
Okay, please give a round of applause, everyone. Thank you, Prof. Syamsul and all of the representatives. The beating of the gong that just sweet us together, it's signaled to the end of this conference opening ceremony. Please give a round of applause one more time to the opening ceremony. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may we continue to the main event. This is the first session of the presentation, and the presentation will be delivered by Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali from University of California, Riverside, USA. And the section will be guided by Mr. Hasnan Bakhtiar. He is a lecturer at Faculty of Islamic Studies, University of Muhammadiyah, Malang. He has worked as a research director at RBC Institute Abdul Malik Fajar and a research associate at the project of the radicalization, secularism, and governance of religion, bringing together European and Asian perspective in Indonesia, coordinated by European University Institute, Florence, Italy. Mr. Hasnan Bakhtiar, time is yours.
Thank you, Cha. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad kama sholaita ala Ibrahim wa ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid. Your Excellency, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali, our keynote speaker from the University of California, Riverside, the United States of America, Professor Dr. Sing Chang, National Donghua University, Taiwan, Professor Dr. Dennis Alonso, University of New South Wales, Australia, Professor Dr. Samsul Arifin, the Vice Rector 1 of Academic Affairs and the Development of Islam and Muhammadiyah Studies, UMM, Professor Dr. Tobroni, Professor of Islamic Studies, UMM, Professor Dr. Dwi Priya Utomo, Professor Dr. Ribut Wahyu Erianti, Professor of Education, UMM, Dr. Trisakti Andayani, the Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Dr. Pradana Boy Zulian, the Vice Dean 1 of Academic Affairs, the Faculty of Islamic Studies, Dr. Fardini and Dr. Tommy from LPPI UMM, our dear brother Fuad Jaya Miharja, the head of the committee of the ICDU 2022, the presenters, members of the partner institutions, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us at this distinguished forum of conference, the ICDU 2022, at our beloved university, the University of Muhammadiyah Malang. The specific theme that we will undertake is strengthening professional and spiritual education through 21st century skills empowerment in pandemic and post-pandemic era. At this first session, Professor Ali will be the keynote speaker who will deliver a presentation on religious studies and spiritualism. His special paper that will be presented is Educating Spirituality in a Pluralistic World. Professor Ali is a professor at the Religious Studies Department, the University of California, Riverside, America. He is also the director of the Middle East and Islamic Studies program, 2016 to 2022, and the faculty member of Southeast Asia Text, Ritual, and Performance program, Asian Studies program, Global Studies program, the University of California, Riverside. He was born and raised to a Batavian mother and a Bantenese father in Jakarta. He was the first generation to get college education in his extended family. He was educated in modern madrasas and pesantren in Jakarta and West Java before he attended the State Institute for Islamic Studies, specializing in the Quranic exegesis. He holds a Master of Management dual degree from the University of Indonesia and University of Grenoble, France. Master degree in Islamic and Middle Eastern Studies from Edinburgh University, Scotland, and then a PhD in History, majoring in Southeast Asia, minoring in the Middle East, World, and European histories from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. He has been an awardee of numerous awards since 20s, such as Hellman Fellowship, Regents Junior Faculty Fellowship, Graduate Fellowship at East and West Center, Distinguished Service at East and West Center, Taraknat Das Prize, Moscoti Award, Walter Vela Prize, and many others. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the author of many academic works such as Between Faith and Social Relations, Muhammadiyah and Nahdlatul Ulama's Fatwas, and Ideas on Non-Muslim and Interreligious Relations, published by the Journal of the Muslim World, 2020. And also Islam and Colonialism Becoming Modern in Indonesia and Malaya, published by Edinburgh University Press, 2016. And his newest work is Global Interactions, Islam, published in the Encyclopedia of Religious Ethics, Wiley. Well, Professor Muhammad Ali, let's join us at this International Conference on Education, UMM 2022. Please welcome, and you will have 40 minutes for presentation and 20 minutes for Q&A. I must pass my screen to you, Prof. Thank you. Salam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So can you hear me well?
Yes, clear.
Thank you. To be one of the speakers in this first conference on education hosted by Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. I am very grateful for the invitation to the academic vice rector of academic, Professor Ivy, other vice rectors from the University Muhammadiyah Malang, and also Dean and all the department chairs.
Pertahankan ini ya Bu ya. Kadang mirip-mirip.
to get access to it.
Constituting often competing forces, the natural and the supernatural, the profane and the sacred, would lead us to think and behave materialistically or spiritually. But many of us live in both materialistic and spiritualistic ways, just to varying degrees and in different settings and domains we call religion, faith, spirituality, or simply conscience. As we need or in increasingly pluralistic environments where most of us live today in the West, like America, Great Britain, Australia, Europe's other European countries, on the East, in the South, in the North, educating spirituality or spiritual education has its backgrounds, historical as well as contemporary significance. Education is an integral part to the life of our family, our communities, and nations. And our material, scientific, and technological progress has to find itself with its balancing, if not supporting force, the spiritual. Human communities have created teachers, sages, or even prophets. Many of these, or whom already gone in the past, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, the prophet, they are all educators. At the same time, they are prophets in the view of Muslims. They are also reformers of the society. They are educators at the same time. In the West, especially Christianized West, Jesus Christ has been known to have given rise to epigrams such as render Caesar things to Caesar and God things to God. So giving the idea of separation of the state and the church, relying on the Bible, Matthew 22:21. And Jesus also is said to have used parables, analogy, illustration, examples, or even the event of healing to illustrate the necessity for faith or spiritual healing over the physical healing. Excesses of materialism and legalism became the personal and social context, conditioning Jesus to convey to the message of spiritual values and action. Renewing the same message of his predecessors, Muhammad the prophet had his ways of teaching, preaching, and educating his relatives, his wife, his cousins, and his companions, and then the newly community of believers about belief in God, about doing good things. For the Prophet Muhammad, education would mean calling or inviting the people to the path of God with wisdom, hikmah, good lesson, maw'idhu hasana, and dialogue in the best way. وَجَادِلْهُمْ بِالَّتِي هِيَ أَحْسَنُ. And the Prophet Muhammad sought to keep the newly created community of believers to be istiqamah, consistent in their faith, but at the same time, this faith has to be transformative through action. It's not simply about being spiritual, but it's also about being active in the society where they live, or we live here today. Hence, for all the prophets, spirituality and action are integrated. In the early Islamic world, education and learning took the forms that persist and change in the later period of time, even to the present day. For Western scholars such as Ignaz Goldziher, Muslim education has its history from the very early one of creating a community of believers, one generation to the next. Based on the early sources such as the Hadith and Sirah, biographical literature, Goldziher describes parents and then teachers in the masjids and also later on in the madrasah, in the kutabs. These teachers became educators, educating the basics like Islam, who God is, the attributes of God, the actions of God, and also about the Quran, about the basics of ritual, prayer, fasting, and so on and so forth, but also practical sciences. We call practical sciences or rational sciences such as arithmetic, reading and writing, history, also natural sciences according to the age and maturity levels of the pupils or students. For philosophers such as Ibn Sina and Ibn Muskawayah, education should also about all the fundamental and necessary subject matters, not confined to the spiritual in its narrow sense. Al-Ghazali, as we know, also embraces develop a multi-dimensional and even holistic education in his work Ihya Ulumuddin. Then for Western scholars such as Franz Rosenthal, the importance of knowledge was the key to Muslim education. When education was about teaching knowledge, it did not mean teaching it as a worldly endeavor. Teaching science was both secular and religious, involving the spiritual and the material. Muslims have richly developed scriptural, theological, philosophical, mystical, and scientific forms of knowledge and institution throughout history. The specific form of Muslim education called Ilm al-Adab was said to aim at cleansing and polishing the hearts. And also another book, Adab ad-Dunya wa Din by Abu Hassan al-Mawardi, 11th century scholar, includes the adab of the soul as a character education. This is our current language, character education, citing the hadith of the Prophet being sent down to the people in order to improve the perfection of the akhlaq, ethics, and etiquettes. Here in this book, a poem from Arabic poem is cited to suggest the value of both intellect and ethics. فما خلق الله مثل العقول ولا اكتسب الناس مثل الأدب وما كرم المرء إلا التقاء ولا حسب المرء إلا النسب وفي العلم زين للأهل الحجاء وآفة ذي القلم فاحش الغضب. In these poems, these Arabic poems that Al-Mawardi side, you can read here about aql, intellect, but also adab, ethics, but also you see at-taqa, piety. So this is one of the early references about spiritual education. Now, in our contemporary world, spirituality is a broad, not to mention contested concept. Spirituality has many, often contradictory meanings. Some people associate spirituality with religions. Other people disconnect spirituality from religion. They focus on connection to nature. They focus on connection to art, for example. Some believe in a supernatural realm beyond the physical, observable world. But many describe spirituality as a sense of connection to something bigger than ourselves, in a context beyond a mundane, everyday existence. More often, spirituality involves a search for meaning in life. Although what meaning means varies. There are an increasing number of individuals who consider themselves spiritualists without religion, religiously unaffiliated, or simply the nones. Statistically, Christians, Muslims, Hindus, folk religions, unaffiliated, and Buddhists, they make up the majority of the world population today. As you can see in the diagram in my paper. So the question is, right, in this pluralistic world, how we locate our spiritual education. Our personal definition of spirituality changes and should adapt to our own experiences and relationships. It is a fact that education is an integral part of life of most people living in communities. As John Dewey says, education has many functions: a necessity of life, a social function, spiritual growth, moral growth, and preparation for life, preparation for how to live in this life well. So Dewey does not specifically talks about religious or spiritual education, but we observe that spirituality matters to so many people that we cannot find without the need for cultivating it, teaching it, educating it. For scholars and educators who see the need for spiritual or religious education, they interpret human spirit or soul as things bigger and deeper, apart from and beyond the world around. As a scholar has said, religious education presents a route to a differentiated competence to interpret both oneself and the world. Another reason why people seek to cultivate spirituality and educate it to the children is the belief that children have the divine or spiritual potential beyond physicality and beyond the seen, the shahada. So it's the al-ghaibah. Scriptures like the Quran, the Bibles, and all other scriptures considered sacred and authoritative by religious peoples contain many aspects of such spirituality and the cultivation of spirituality. For example, we give an example from the Quran, right? So we talk about every soul or nafs. Every soul and nafs has a defined quality. Every single soul, believer, non-believer, mu'min, kafir, Muslim, Christian, Jews, and so on and so forth, actually has divine quality. The Quran mentioned that every single soul has a divine quality. So others interpret spirituality in the concept of ruh, which we humans know very little about and we cannot really grasp. And we consider ruh as part of the al-ghaibat, the unseen. So the significance of education for Muslims in general lays in its different manifestations. Of course, we talk about obedience to God as the purpose of divine creation. وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ, for example. And also تَطْمَئِنُّ الْقُلُوبِ, about peace in the heart, about compassion toward parents, toward the community, and about being responsible for the family, the society, how to make sure that people are safe for our own words and our actions. Being a Muslim is someone whose life and whose word and whose actions would not harm other people's, creates a certain form of harmony and order, safety, peace, right? So we talk about these fundamentals of Islamic educations. But we also recognize that many different peoples have different notions about spirituality. Christians, for example, talk about Ruh al-Qudus, the Holy Spirit. Hindus in the Upanishad talks about Atman, the soul, which is either distinct and separate from Brahman, different but integral or identical, fundamentally one. Atman and Brahman, this is a Hindu concept. In Taoism, spirituality is more connected to nature. In Shinto, they believe spirits or kami dwell everywhere. Like 80,000 sanctuaries that have spirits. Human soul will eventually turn to the spirits. Shintos honor the sense of connectedness to the ancestors and nature. Buddhism, for example, the Buddhist leader Dalai Lama tried to make a distinction between religion and spirituality, right? Religion and spirituality are two different things for Dalai Lama. Spirituality is concerned with those qualities of the human spirit, such as love and compassion, patience, tolerance, forgiveness, contentment, a sense of responsibility, a sense of harmony, which bring happiness to both self and others. So Dalai Lama does not really negate the possibility of spirituality within religions, including Buddhism. In other words, spirituality in Buddhism, as well as spirituality without religion. So, going further into other facts today, before I talk about the how question, is that in the US, in my University of California, Riverside, which is a research university, we don't really teach spiritual education. However, we teach about religion. For example, the American Academy of Religion states that we need to study religion. We need to teach about religions because religions exist. Religion has played such an important role in human affairs. Religions are internally diverse. Religions are always evolving and changing. Religions are historically embedded. So, because spiritual education is usually normative and experiential, sometimes mono-religious, in other times multi-interreligious. One may seek to know more about the spiritual tradition they grow up in rather than the spiritualities of the others. But there is an increased awareness in a pluralistic world about the diversity of religion, of faiths, about spiritualities and conscience. Why I mention conscience? Because there are people without belief in God. There are people who are atheistic and agnostic. Those people who consider themselves non-religious but spiritualists, old and new, and so on and so forth. So in our pluralistic world, we have to understand this diversity in a very wide spectrum, rather than simply within Muslim groups like Sunni, Shiite, Muhammadiyah, Nahdlatul Ulama, progressives, liberals, conservatives, moderates, all these things. So all these are important, but we also need to recognize the diversity of faith and religions and conscience across the world, not simply in our Malang region or Java region or Indonesian region, but think about spiritual education more globally. So that's why there is some people who promote interreligious education, which might include tolerance and beyond. So not simply about tolerance, but also respect, engage, protect, and even cooperate with all others. Another factor increasing the need for interreligious education is the level of tension and conflicts that human societies have endured and kept committing despite calls to peace and religious reconciliation. Also, there is a realization that all the texts, all the scriptures call for justice, call for peacemaking among their adherents. Spiritual education is seen in this context of crisis at both local and global levels. So we can also go back to Islamic texts about, or the Quran, for example, about the importance of belief rather than an expression of Islam, an outward expression of Islam. For example, the Arabs say, this is according to the Quran 49:14, the Arabs say, we believe. But God says to them, you do not believe yet. But you can say, we have just submitted, aslamna. So they don't have yet spirituality, faith. They simply consider themselves still a Muslim. So a Muslim doesn't mean that they have spirituality sufficiently, at least from perspective of this particular text from the Quran. We can talk about different concepts of spiritual education in medieval scholarship of Islam. For example, the idea of ta'deeb, refinement of character. Tahzeeb, purification of morality. Tathhir, beautification of heart. Tazkiyah, purification of heart. And all other concepts in education, which shows the richness and depth of Islamic tradition of education. right? So to make it short, about the what and why question, it is very important. It is very significant. Now, the last part, 5 minutes, maybe I have 5 minutes or 10 minutes. How much time do I have, Hasnan? Oh, all right. I haven't heard. I don't want to go over at the time.
5 minutes. Yeah,
Okay,
you
good.
still have.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So, uh, before I talk about the how question, in the rest, in the the remaining 5 minutes I have, I would like to cite American scholar, which he says, people should not just do school or schooling; they have to do education. Why? Because these are the times of crisis of meaning. There are people who lost awareness of human nature and human possibilities, and evil has become banal. That everyone just act bad, and people don't really consider that as bad because there is a notion of banality of evil everywhere. So as if like human diseases find no cure, and that is why spiritual education is indispensable in this crisis of meaning and the loss of awareness of human nature. Now we turn to how question, right? How question. So what to do? Among many who promote spiritual education, there is no one single method of educating spirituality. So there's no one single pedagogy, right? Because spirituality is vast and deep and diverse and dynamic. So it depends on our philosophies. It depends on our technological facilities. It depends on how we see human nature. It depends on context, our national context, local context, also global context. So, for example, in a liberal system of education, spiritual education has to be interpretive, has to include different religions. For example, if you study spiritual education, learn spiritual education in a liberal colleges in US, in America, you cannot just teach about Islam. You have to teach about Buddhism, Judaism, other religious tradition, also indigenous spiritual religious traditions. So there should be more representation of what you consider religious and spiritual, not only one particular religious tradition. And they also need to debunk, remove the prejudice against a particular religion and religious peoples. So that's really important in order to ask why and how question, especially how question. We have to also help our children and people, to understand they on our spiritual souls as part of they and our whole humanness, holiness, wholeness, wholeness. Yeah, the notion of wholeness, that humans are whole as a whole rather than as partial. Understanding the soul or spirit in various concepts is the key to this path of broad and open-minded education. So indoctrinization, right? Indoctrinization is said to be avoided because it is considered a wrongdoing for many people. I already cite here what indoctrination means, because indoctrination it is practiced everywhere when we talk about spiritual education, but there's some risk when we use indoctrinization, because indoctrinization may lead to students' laziness and uncritical acceptance of authority and tradition. They memorize things, but without understanding it. They believe in something without evidence, without reasonableness. So that's one of the things why close-mindedness would be detrimental to education, especially in a pluralistic world. Secondly, we need to also involve the cultivation of human inner qualities, like feeling, compassion, care, patience, courage, and hope. I think hope is very important. Paul Freire, for example, the author of The Pedagogy of the Oppressed, talks about the pedagogy of the heart. he talks about hope. Yeah, we awaken in others and ourselves the need and also the taste for hope. Pedagogy of difference, multicultural education, interreligious education, peace education, ethical education, character education, and recently religious moderation education are all some of the concepts and models that could be well suited in a pluralistic context. But we have to be critical. And in my context in University of California, for example, spirituality exists, through, for example, meeting with peoples, visiting masjid, talking to peoples, and also learning from experiencing. To conclude, in
1
my,
minute, Prof.
yeah, I have, yeah, sip. This is to conclude. That's perfect. To conclude, as we live in Asia, in Indonesia, which has tremendous and rich spiritual and religious diversity, we keep engaging spiritualities and religions springing from beyond Indonesia, from beyond the Nusantara. So we need to engage all the traditions, most tradition, or many of the traditions, not all of them. It's very, very, very difficult, but at least some of these religious traditions as our sources of spiritual education. So we can certainly dig into Muslim traditions and texts, Quran, Hadith, Surah, all the books about Islamic knowledge that we know, but we can also broaden our perspective because we live in a pluralistic world. So we can learn from the Quran because the Quran talks about Kauliya, but also Kauniya side, Ayah Kauliya and Ayah Kauniya, right? So both are important in our spirituality and material progress because spirituality and materiality are different but interrelated and interconnected. And in this journey, as human civilization grow and diversify, we all need to shape and to be shaped by our surrounding worlds. In this journey, an Arabic saying might be well up to end this presentation. Al-hikmah dala lil mu'min. Wisdom is a lost property of a believer. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm looking forward to our engagement. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Ali. Ladies and gentlemen, it's very strong and bold message from Professor Ali's paper. I quote here the last part of his conclusion. Muslim spiritual educators may learn well from the variety of sources and experiences in other religions and non-religious knowledge, stories, and experiences. This is very strong. And the last but not least, an Arabic saying may be well up to end this presentation. Al-hikmah dhalatun lil mu'min. Wisdom is a lost property of a believer. And we can underline the key word here is wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, if do you have any questions, please don't hesitate to raise your hand or writing down your question, mentioning your name and institution, and a clear question, once again clear question, and the Q&A chat. Please. Oh, yes. Will you please to unmute?
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Clear.
Okay. Thank you, Professor, for the presentations. It's so amazing, I think. And then my questions is about the character education that you just mentioned. How important is character education to be implemented in the classroom? Because we know that students nowadays having moral degradations, I think. So we ask for an advice how to implement the character educations in our teaching and learning process. Okay, well, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention my name. My name is Karisma, and I'm the lecturer at University of Muhammadiyah Malang.
Yes, please, Prof.
Oh, so all right. So just direct answer to it. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that question. So we, charisma. It is a very broad question about character education. I know character education is quite recent model introduced by some Indonesian educators, but we can also use books about character education, in English and also in Arabic, as long as you can find there like moral education, civic education, ethical education, right? All these books about pedagogy, how to teach character, morality, ethics, what is considered good and true and beautiful, to our students and in the teaching and learning environment, right? So you can find some techniques, pedagogical tools about about best practices in teaching character education. One, there are two ways that I can say here. One is you have a separate course, right? Separate course focusing on character education. I'm not sure, in UMM or in other universities, if there is subject matters called civic education or something to that meaning, but also moral education, right? Or different names. They might have a different names, but basically it's quite the same thing. So you have a separate course about that with the aims, what are the goals of this character education, the curriculum, the syllabus has to be very specific. And you also have what books, textbook that you use, what are some of the assignments to teach and educate them, learning by experience, for example, learning by talking and interacting with different people from different ethnic groups, from different religious denominations, from different even in the context of in the US, in different sexual orientation and so on and so forth. But in the Indonesian case, in the Muslim University, for example, at least diversity and inclusion has to be there in the course that we call as character education. Second way of doing it is integrating character and spirituality and hope and compassion and care and about the nature of humans, natural environment into our natural and scientific subjects. So, for example, if we teach mathematics, if we teach biology, if we teach philosophy, if we teach chemistry, if we teach physics, all these natural, social, humanities, arts, and sciences have to also include character in it, right? So the character is not something apart from science and other subjects. Has to be part of it. The notion of awe and wonder, the notion of mystery, that we can find when we study physics and botany and chemistry. There's something amazing about nature, right? Something you cannot really explain completely about how things work. So by bringing into that, so character, being spiritual can also take place in subjects that are not related to civic or spiritual education. There's two things. Lastly, this is again very technical. So you can find stories, references to poetry, poems, literature, the use of literature, storytellings, and movies, documentary films that address the questions of morality, in difficult times. You have so many documentary films you might also use, right? Performances. So it's more interaction and more visual and dynamic ways of teaching character. So in other words, character education is not simply about knowledge, about cognitive aspect of it. It's also about behaving, right? It's about learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, and learning to live together. And learning to live together is, I think, one of the key aspects of character, especially when we talk about moral degradations and evil in our society today. Offline and also in social media, right? In social media, there is a very important thing that we need to also remind ourselves about the need for moral character education as well as spiritual education. Thank you so much for the question. I can go on about this. Charisma, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. We still have 5 minutes. Anyone wants to ask a question, please raise your hand. And also, Prof, I'd like to invite you to express your intellectual reflection before we end and we pass the session to MC. One skip? Okay. Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Erlina from English Language Education Department, University of Muhammadiyah, Malang. Well, my question is actually related to the first question, and it goes a little bit wider than that in the context of society, as you already stated before. So my question is actually, how can we construct awareness from our students in terms of their relation to others in society about being always with a good heart, with a good spiritual build, and how, if the spirituality values in the environment is actually different from one to another, how can we judge whether it is a good spiritual value or maybe it is not a good spiritual value if we see it from different perspective? Thank you.
Yes, please, Prof. Would you please to unmute your speaker?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. This is a broad question again, but this is very important question. Thank you, Erlina, for this question. So how to increase awareness, right? Our awareness about the need for showing our good heart, our kindness, compassion, care to people who believe differently, who worship differently, who behave differently, who dress not like we dress, who eat not we eat, and so on and so forth, right? So how we can do that? Very, very deep question. One is start making interpersonal relationship. In other words, make friends with someone who is different from you. Start with that. In your neighborhood, someone who is different from you, right? In terms of religion, in terms of ethnicity, in terms of age, in terms of whatever, yeah? Something that you find, this is my, my problem. So how can we, start beginning or start making a friend? Someone who is stranger or foreign to you, then start to make friends to them. And this is very hard, but we can do that through education. We can, start with the kids, preschools, and that is why my kid, for example, say elementary school, she says, it is okay to be different. It is okay to be different. In other words, you don't have to be always the same to your peers. So awareness and care, I think, can start with interpersonal relationship. That's number one. Make friends with foreigners. Make friends with anybody whom you consider a stranger. That's number one. That's from my experience. And maybe if you live in a very local situation, you can start with the wider, circles, and then you can go abroad. You can feel what if I live as a minority, for example. Maybe we tend to live in as a majority in terms of religion, ethnicity, and so on. Try to live as a minority, as a one that is, a minority in particular setting. That's also help us build our awareness of how we can also think the way they think. We can show our empathy when we also live in a different setting. The second point that Arlina asked is what to do with the spiritual values that might be contradictory, right? Yes, spiritualisms are many. Maybe people who see this as spiritual and good, and others see that spiritual but bad, and so on and so forth. Our judgment, our moral judgment of spirituality is shaped by our own reading, education, upbringing, where we live, and so on and so forth. So the awareness that we are relative, we are related to our readings, our backgrounds, our educations. When we think that way, what we consider, believe to be spiritually good might not necessarily be spiritually good for other peoples who don't share my experiences, my upbringing, my families, my parents. So the awareness of our own might also help us understand that there are so many ways of being human. Yeah, to be human might take different forms. Maybe a matter of how to make in coexistence with each other, right? Spiritualities might contradict, but can coexist. This is the challenge. How to make things that contradict coexist. They can coexist side by side without negating or destroying or distracting the other spiritualities and religious traditions, right? So it's a very, very hard, I know, but it is very important, especially because my topic is about educating spirituality in a pluralistic world, right? And understand spirituality. But lastly, we can search and explore commonalities across spiritualities, common or shared values, right? Please find in these difficult or different diverse spiritualities and religious traditions something in common. For example, kindness to parents, kindness to children, kindness to guests, hospitality, love, peace, being secure. What else that we can find common in every single spiritual and religious tradition that we know, even also contradictory in terms of the forms, in terms of the symbols, in terms of the rituals, but we still see something in common. This is also a challenge, how we can find, explore, and cultivate common spiritualities across differences. And that's, of course, needs work. And education is, of course, a work in progress. It's not, there's no final to education, right? Oh, this is the final goal. That's it. We are done. We are successful. No, education is a work in progress. And this is one of the challenges. I like this question a lot. Thank you so much.
Professor Muhammad Ali, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your participation, presentation, and great contribution to this first session of IC2 UMM. Once again, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oh yeah, giving certificate. Yeah, I'd like to deliver, we will give you a certificate officially from ICD UMM. Thank you once again, Prof. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hasnan Bakhtiar, and also Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali for the great presentation and interactive discussion from all of the participants. The second presentation will be delivered by Mr. Dennis Alonso, PhD, from University New South Wales, Australia, and also Professor Tsing Chang from National Donghua University, Taiwan. And the session will be guided by Mrs. Ria Arista, PhD. She is now a director of American Corner UMM and also a lecturer of School of Pedagogy at UMM, member of Southeast Asian Project Researchers in cooperation with Yangon University, Myanmar, University of Mindanao, Philippines, and also Department of Education, Davao Division, Philippines. Also, she is a mentor to higher degree research students and many more. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Ria Arista.
Right, thank you very much, Mbak Ocha, for introducing us and also our second keynote speakers. Well, good morning again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'd like to address all of the honorable keynote speakers that we have today, and everyone else has already addressed by Pak Hasnan as the first moderator. Now we move on to the second speaker. Dennis, are you there? Right, okay. Maybe you can unmute the speaker. Yeah, you're ready. Right, okay. So Dennis Alonso is a lecturer in assessment and evaluation and the program director of the Bachelor of Education in the School of Education of the University of New South Wales, Sydney. He has postgraduate degrees both in pure science and education. As an early career researcher, he has been leading and collaborating many national and international research projects amounting to $3 million. He has received various scholarships from the Philippines and also Australian governments and a public diplomacy scholarships from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Korea. He was a former Dean of Education of the University of Southeastern Philippines before joining the UNSW. Now Dennis is going to present live from the Philippines. He's currently going back to his home country. How are you, Dennis?
I'm good, Ria, and thanks for that introduction.
All right, okay. So Dennis today is going to talk about the shifting the focus of professional development from teacher to students, going back to the basic. He's going to give talk for about 30 or 40 minutes long, and after that followed by the question and answer session. Right, Dennis? So yeah, you can present from your end and also you can navigate the slides by yourself, right?
Thank you.
All right, without
Thanks.
further ado, so please welcome Dr. Janice Alonso from the University of New South Wales.
All right. Thanks for that, Ria. And it's good to be connected back to Indonesia. Ria was my PhD student. She was under my supervision, and it's good to see she's doing well in your own country. She's a really good student of me. All right. I'll be talking about shifting the focus of professional development from teacher to students, going back to the basic. And I'll be talking lots of theoretical implications and also practical implications of the things that I'm going to discuss. And I'd like to link it to what Professor Ali has mentioned before, towards the end of his talk, when he said we need to train students about learning to be, learning to do, and learning to do together. Meaning to say that we need to build the capacity of students to take active role in the learning, which is a very, very important kind of capacity building for our students. And that's the focus of my talk today, that we need to think about the focus of our professional development. Because in as much as we wanted to have good teachers, we want to have good students as well, who know how to learn and to learn effectively. So I've got only very basic outline today. We're going to look at the theoretical support for shifting the focus of professional development. I'm going to look at your teaching standards, which is underdeveloped, the empirical support for student engagement and the skills and the knowledge that they need to have to effectively engage in the learning. And then I'm going to show examples of student engagement, the study that we've conducted. And then I'm going to raise 3 provocations for us to start thinking about shifting the focus of our professional development from teachers to students. Do we really need to explicitly train students to learn more effectively? Now, these 2 big questions that I'd like to address and I'd like you to think about for now is that if we're going to look at the professional development, teacher education and teacher development, how many years do we spend to prepare teachers to become effective teachers? We've got initial teacher education. In the case of Australia, we've got 3.5 years for that. In the Philippines, we've got 4 years. In Indonesia, I'm sure you've got your own years of experience or higher education as well before getting the bachelor's degree for teacher education. Now, after that, we have professional development for teachers, both mandatory and those, self-directed professional development program for teachers, so that they can, they can further improve their teaching capabilities or knowledge and skills. Now, if we're going to ask same questions with our students, how many years do we spend preparing our students to become effective learners? We know we need to do that because, after all, when we look at the equation of the learning, 50% of the variance observed in students' outcomes is due to themselves, meaning to say that 50% of the student performance are due to themselves, meaning they're the key players of their own learning. Teachers, we contribute only 30%, very minimum. And school environment, culture, and other factors, including home environment, including resources and many others outside the students and the school, that contribute 20%. And if you're going to look at these equations, 50, 30, 20, if we focus more on capacity building of teachers, we are not optimizing actually the learning of our students, because we know from the studies that 50% of the variance observed in student outcomes is due to themselves. Meaning to say, this figure of 50, 30, 20, we need to make sure that we are training, we are building the capacity of our students to learn more effectively. Because after all, even how good you are as a teacher, you have good resources, you have good ICT inside your classroom, you have nice lesson plan, you have you are well prepared. If your students are not ready to learn, then they are not going to learn anything at all, because they are the key players of their own learning. They are the main contributors of the learning, and teachers would contribute only 30%, and we're not yet sure about our contribution, because sometimes what we do inside the classroom is not actually aligned to what our students wanted to have in the classroom. There's misalignment with what we do and what they think is the best way to move forward their learning and teaching. Now, the school environment is only 20%, and we have to make sure that we support that school environment, or use that school environment, culture, and other factors to optimize the learning of the students. And we've been arguing in the longest time that we need to go back to the basic of capacity building for students to actively engage in the learning. They can't learn to do well and to learn together if they don't have the skills, the knowledge, and the right disposition to learn effectively. And we need to make sure, as teachers, as teacher educator, we need to make sure that we support our students in that space. Now, not only their ability to learn, but their beliefs and perceptions as well, because it filters or control or shapes their learning. Meaning to say, if the students do not see the value of the learning or the value of education, then by all means they won't engage in the learning. And we need to make sure they develop the positive dispositions, which include their beliefs and perceptions, including conceptions related to effective learning and teaching, because their dispositions control their knowledge and skills and their actual engagement in learning. And it says their students' beliefs and perceptions are influenced by their cognitive level or their proficiency level. And we need to have that kind of understanding. How can we support our students to learn more effectively? It's not that we go inside the classroom and tell them what to do, but rather we're going to teach them how to engage in the learning and achieve the learning outcomes with minimal supervision. Now, I'd look at the Indonesian teacher competence questions. These are the ones being developed at the moment. And there's lots of things there that relate to students' actual knowledge about learning and teaching. I highlighted a few just to highlight that student engagement, student knowledge and skills about their learning are critically important. One here, it says, I'm allowed to do something unusual, to learn with a different ways than most people do, as long as it gains better learning experience. Meaning to say, if the students see the learning tasks, they can develop their own approach, they can develop their own strategy to achieve the learning outcomes with minimal supervision. They are free to do whatever they want to do for as long as they know how to do it. The second one, it says, in the first meeting, teacher tells me how I should do during the class. The expectations of the teachers, and even how hard you are, even how hard you try to discuss the expectations. If the students do not understand the language you are using, the expectations that you are communicating with them, then they won't engage in the learning. We've seen that in many schools in Australia and in the Philippines as well, based on my research. That, you know, the clarity of expectations and even how good you are in explaining the learning outcomes and many other learning and teaching related activities. If the students don't have positive disposition, if they can't understand what you're telling, then they will not engage in the learning and they will not learn effectively. Third, there it says, before teaching, teacher informs the learning objective, which is very important. And if students don't understand it, they won't engage in the learning. And even if they understand, if they don't have the right agency to engage in the learning, they won't be successful in their learning. And it says there, another one, when I have problems in class, I solve it independently, independent learning without teacher intervention. We need to make sure that we build the capacity of the students for problem solving, for decision making related to the learning and teaching. And then another one, teacher informs the grading aspects of my assignments. This is very important as well, that students need to know to interpret the grades, the marks that you award to the students, including feedback. It says there, teacher encourages me to keep improving myself. How can they improve if they don't know how to improve? That's the basic premise, that we need to make sure that when we tell our students, they know how to act on that feedback and develop their own strategies actually to address the feedback that you give. It says their teacher encourages me to widen my horizon through various ways, and teacher encourages me to study as high as I can, no matter what career will I be. Now, if you just tell your students how to study without telling them the strategies how to effectively study, to retain information, to analyze information, to synthesize information, and to develop new information, they can't really be effective learners. We need to make sure we develop their capacity to engage in the learners, and it takes dispositions, knowledge, and skills to have those learning knowledge related to learning and teaching. Now, these are very, very common, 5 common concepts that we read in the literature. If you're going to Google them, even just using Google, you'll see lots of publications related to student engagement, student involvement, student participation, student agency, student responsibility. And all of these concepts actually talk about the dispositions, the knowledge and skills of the students to actively engage in the learning, to actively approach the learning, and to develop certain strategies to make sure that they become successful in the learning. It's not about just telling them what to do. It's about building their capacity, their engagement, their involvement, their agency and responsibility to engage in the learning. How can we make sure that students are responsible of their learning? They build strong accountability of the learning. How can we make sure that they have the right agency? I'm going to talk agency later in more details because that's very important. How can we make sure that when students participate, they participate effectively and efficiently, and they gain something from their participation? It's not participation that you only ask them questions and they answer back to you, but they are taking active participation in every learning and teaching activities. And student involvement as well. What do you mean by student involvement? Is it just sitting down there, or will they take active involvement in anything that you ask them to do, and they use their cognitive processes to address or to achieve the learning outcomes, and so on and so forth? Now, with all of these 5 big constructs in learning and teaching, the one common for them is that all of them is telling that we need to make sure that students have positive dispositions, have the right knowledge, and have the right skills to engage in the learning. Otherwise, if they don't have those dispositions, knowledge, and skills, they won't be able to achieve the learning outcomes. Now, there are also related concepts in pedagogy if you're going to look at student engagement, student involvement, student disposition, student knowledge and skills about the learning. When we talk about student-centered learning, meaning to say that it's the students who are actually engaging in the learning, who are the key players in the learning. How can they actively engage in the learning if they don't have the knowledge and skills related to learning and teaching? Active learning, flipped classroom. When you ask your students to do something else prior to your class, now how can they perform the activities outside the classroom if they don't have the right dispositions, knowledge, and skills to achieve such? Problem solving. How can they engage in problem solving? Not only problem solving in mathematics and natural sciences, but problem solving in social sciences and languages and also other key learning areas. We need to make sure they have the right knowledge, disposition, and skills to do that, and many other pedagogical concepts that positions students at the center of learning and teaching. Sometimes we just whack these concepts: active learning, student-centered learning, flipped classroom, problem solving, without actually realizing the requirement how to use these pedagogical approaches. They are very, very effective, yet we fail to actualize what's needed for student-centered learning. It's about building the capacity of the students to actively engage in the learning. Now, during COVID-19 pandemic, we've seen that student agency, student self-directed learning capacity, and their agency, their knowledge and skills related to the learning are very critical for the successful learning during pandemic, during the the lockdown. Where we have flexible modalities, we have multiple modalities of learning and teaching. And we've seen that those students who are self-directed, who have high agency, who have high self efficacy, are the ones who are very successful during lockdown, during using alternative learning modalities. Why? Because they have the agency, they've understood learning and teaching activities, they have the right dispositions, they have the right knowledge and skills to engage in the learning with minimum supervision from their teachers. Even just modules, they can engage in the learning and learning activities very effectively because they have the specific agency that they need to. They have developed their self-directed learning capacity to engage in whatever activities that teachers require them to do during pandemic, which the COVID-19 actually has given us so much opportunity to reflect on our practices and what are the things that are relevant in the emerging context, and time to let go of those things that are not helping our students to learn effectively. Let's look at the lessons we've learned from that. What I'm saying here is that the COVID-19 pandemic actually highlighted the need to develop students' agency and to develop their self-directed learning so that they can engage in the learning even with a disrupted context with minimal supervision from teachers. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about agency because this is very important. It says there, student agency is thus defined as the capacity to set goals, reflect, and act responsibly to effect change rather than being acted upon. It's rather than being shaped and making responsible decisions and choices rather than accepting those determined by others. Meaning to say that students are the ones doing their own learning and teaching activities. They engage in decision making, they engage in filtering what information to engage, what activities, develop their strategies to achieve the learning outcomes, rather than waiting for teachers to tell them what to do. Now, just imagine if you are a teacher and then in the beginning of your class, you just tell them these are our learning outcomes and here are the expectations that I have from you and here are the issues that we need to address, here are the things that you need to do, and then off you go, explore and develop your own strategies to achieve the learning outcomes. That's how learning and teaching activities should be done inside a classroom, rather than telling students step 1 you do this, step 2 you do this, step 3 you do this. Students are very, very creative, yet because of the constraint that we give to them, sometimes we are limiting their capacity. But if we have clearly developed their agency, then by all means our work becomes easier because they're the ones actively doing their own learning activities. Now here, just to give you an idea, a framework in your mind, why we need to make sure that student agency needs to be developed. Now you see here, there are 3 domains: dispositional, motivational, and positional. Understanding of self, active, intentional, and possessing purpose. Their purpose inside the classroom, why they are known, why they are called students, why they're going to school, why they are engaging in materials and resources. They need to develop good dispositions related to that. Their purpose in learning and teaching. Their motivational, their beliefs, ability to act and beliefs, persisting and making choices, why they have to complete the assessment task, why they need to complete the learning activities, why they need to respond to their teachers, why they need to cooperate with their classmates or their peers. That's very important. And also positional, experiences within social context and how situational variables inform agency through interactions and negotiations. If they haven't understood anything, they are free to ask questions with their peers or with their teacher or from their teachers. That kind of processes, we need to make sure that students are confident to do that, to actively engage in their learning. Sometimes we put too much constraint for our students to talk and to raise issues and concerns inside the classroom because we want to have a very quiet learning environment. But that's not the way education should be within the socio-cultural perspective. Now here, a very simple framework for student engagement as well. Now there's 4: academic, cognitive, and behavioral and affective. It's almost the same with a student with the agency, and it's telling the same story, that we need to make sure that our students have the capacity to engage in the learning, have the agency to make decisions, to look at the learning activities and develop their own strategies. their ability to make sure they have time management in terms of completing the task, homework completion, engaging in class activities, their cognitive, personal goals and autonomy, value of learning and success in school. They have understood that one. Behavioral, their attendance, suspensions, participating in school activities, being on time and effective, identification with school, sense of belonging, and school connectedness. Now, we found out in our research that behavior management issues in the classroom is mostly due to the students' unclear expectations, and the activities are not aligned to what they want to have. So if you have good lesson plan, you engage them in the learning, then behavioral classroom management issues are most likely be managed well. That's what we found in many other research that we have. Sorry, my slides are not working really well. Now, even if you're going to look at the Vygotsky sociocultural theory of cognitive development, which is very familiar to all of us, the students, the first layer of the first level of knowing is that I can do this by myself. If the students know how to say that, supposing you give them problem solving and the students say, I can do this by myself, meaning the student is engaging in a cognitive processes and metacognitive evaluation of his or her capacity in relation to the task requirement of that particular problem solving activity. And then the student will say, oh, well, it's a bit hard, but I can do this with some help. Meaning the student is using his cognitive ability, his agency to reflect on the task and make decisions that, yes, I can do this with the help of other people. And the third one, I can't do this even with help. Meaning the student might have not understood it well, might have not encountered it before, but even then, when he says that, he has engaged in cognitive and metacognitive processes to evaluate his capacity in relation to the learning task. So all this, theoretical framework calls for students' knowledge and skills and dispositions related to their learning. Now, in my field, related to assessment, that's the core of my research at UNSW Sydney, we found out that student active engagement is a key factor in optimizing the impact of teacher assessment literacy and student learning. This is part of the paper we've just published, and we've corroborated with the findings of Wu et al. That even how high the level of teacher assessment literacy, when the assessment literacy of the students is or are low, then the impact of teacher assessment literacy is negligible. We need to make sure that the students have assessment knowledge and skills as well. They know how to engage, they know how to look at learning outcomes, success criteria, and many other aspects related to assessment. Then student assessment knowledge are increasingly becoming important due to their critical role in improving student learning, and evidence from the literature shows that student assessment literacy enhances their engagement and motivation in learning. We're shifting the focus now of teacher training in some of the schools in Australia by building the capacity of the teachers to build the capacity of the students in assessment. It's no longer about teacher assessment literacy, it's about student assessment literacy. We are, because the framework that we've developed in 2016, these two big constructs here, teacher as student partners and teachers as motivators, require teachers to work closely with the students. And we found out that even how good teachers are in engaging students, if students do not have the certain knowledge and skills needed to engage in assessment, then they are not going to engage at all, and teachers' performance are relatively low. So it comes hand in hand together. Sorry for the chicken, I'm in the farm, they're cackling here, so there's lots of noise. Right? And so the framework now that we've developed for building assessment culture in schools, we position students as a core component here on the side. with the teachers, school heads, and parents' assessment literacy, meaning to say, we position students as part of the bigger picture of knowledge and skills required for effective assessment, learning, and teaching. We never forget students to be at the forefront of all learning and teaching activities. And our current publication, we develop a student assessment literacy. This is about the knowledge and skills of the students, how to engage effectively in assessment. That's what we're wanting to do. And even in learning as well, that we will make sure that we position students as active key players. I'm just showing this. If you are interested with the paper, you can actually download it and it's free. Sorry, I'll just close the window. Yeah. Now, even when you look at here, the model about problem solving, from metacognitive coaching to cognitive structuring, these all require specific knowledge and skills of students to engage in problem solving. Now, sometimes we take it for granted inside a classroom and we give the problem solving activity to our students and tell them to solve it without actually explicitly training them how to engage in problem solving activities. We need to make sure we develop their knowledge and skills and their dispositions. Don't forget dispositions, beliefs and perceptions related to learning and teaching and many other activities. Now, quickly, before I run out of time, I'll just show you some of the studies that we did. Sometimes we've got this very high level of expectations as teachers, and we want students to do this and that, but without actually looking at the knowledge and skills required for our students to engage in certain activities. Now, we interview students and we look at the alignment of the task, the difficulty of the task in relation to their performance, to their cognitive ability. And we develop this quadrant. If high-performing students are given difficult tasks, they like it. They find it challenging, they find it that they learn more, it gives them opportunity to learn more, and it pushes them beyond what they can do. Now, if you give high-performing students an easy task, they find it boring, basic, nothing's new, repetition. They know it already, only for beginners. I want the more difficult stuff. I can do that. Now, if you give easy tasks to low-performing students, they feel supported. It's just right within their ability level. They enjoy it, and they feel that they can succeed. Now, if you give difficult tasks to low-performing students, they find it very difficult. They lost unclear instruction, demotivated, they disliked it, too hard, never heard, they didn't understand, and completely new. Now we see here the cognitive ability, the knowledge and the skills of the students in relation to the task. Not the knowledge and skills in relation to the content, but in relation to the task, how they can achieve the task to be successful. And so we developed this one. We put this one, the boredom zone, the optimum zone, and frustration zone. Now, what we do to achieve self-directed students is that in the low performing students, we provide them model practice in terms of approaching the learning and teaching activities, in terms of approaching learning activities and achieving the learning outcomes. Now, that's modeled practice. Now, once they become confident, we move them to guided practice, meaning to say we only provide input as they need it, support as they need it. We guide them until we move them to self-directed learning. We give them the learning outcomes, we give them the task descriptions, and they do it on their own. But we need to make sure we identify our students clearly well. Who are those low performing and high performing? And then the challenge is how to move the low performing into the self-directed learning space. Because by then we can have a better kind of classroom where all our students are self-directed, engaging in their own learning, and they are addressing the learning outcomes. That's the model we are introducing in some of the schools in Sydney. Now, we need to remember, why I've been telling you about students' belief and perceptions and their dispositions, because their actions, the actions of the students, the outputs are filtered by their beliefs and perceptions and by their ability level. We need to make sure they have the right disposition, they have the positive beliefs and perceptions and conceptions related to learning, assessment, and teaching, that once they engage in learning, they would think that they would benefit well. Once they engage in assessment, they would think that they would benefit. And once they engage in teaching activities, peer assessment, and many other activities related to social dimension of learning, they would benefit from such. Now, if we can develop the positive dispositions, then it's easy to move our students towards self-directed learning space. Right? Now, we've had this research as well, where we look at the students' perception about their teacher practices. And if students perceive that their teacher practices are motivating them, helps improve the learning, and measuring their learning activities or their outcomes, then it has a positive impact to their science achievement. But if they see that teacher practices are demotivating them, then it has a negative impact to their science achievement. And thus, we need to make sure that student perceptions are aligned to what we do inside the classroom. This is the lesson we've learned, and it's not only about the knowledge and skills, it's more about the dispositions, about their beliefs, perceptions, and conceptions. Now, here's some of the snippets that I'm going to show to you about teacher and students interview that we've done. Now here, sharing learning and success criteria. Teachers thought that just sharing learning outcomes would have positive impact to student learning, because that's what we think based on the literature. But for high-performing students, they don't think it's effective if you keep repeating it to them, meaning to say they get bored, because they already have the agency, they already have the knowledge and skills how to look at learning outcomes, what's the use of those learning outcomes, and how to use those learning outcomes for their own learning. Now, for underachieving students, it's good. It's a constant reminder for the learning outcomes that are constant reminders for to focus their effort, and it's like a checklist for them. Now, rubrics for teachers. Our practice, we give rubrics, we give this marking criteria to the students all. But for high-performing students, they look at only the higher level, because that's what they're after for. They don't look at the lower level, right? And sometimes, if high-performing students are not in the most effective time, they just meet the expectations that's set in the middle. But what if you just give to the high-performing students the highest level? They are going to push themselves. Now, for underachieving students, it says there the descriptions of the higher standards are overwhelming. I always aim for the acceptable levels. I think that's where my ability is. I'm very happy to meet those levels. I couldn't be bothered by higher levels. Meaning to say, we need to have differentiated strategies in terms of dealing with our students in relation to their knowledge and skills to effectively engage in the learning and teaching. Now, same with the feedback. For high-performing students, they want to see more feedback in their paper. They want to see scribbles. They want to see everything that they can improve, because they have the capacity, they have the agency, they have the high self-efficacy to improve more. They have positive dispositions. But for underachieving, it says their feedback always makes me self-conscious, especially when there are so many suggestions to manage their how do you call that, their beliefs related to feedback. We should only limit our key insights to improve in the learning. It says there, the writing in my paper is overwhelming. I felt I was horrible student. I don't know if she hates me or what. So yeah.
Sorry, Dennis, you have 5 more minutes.
Okay, right.
Okay.
So what I'm saying here, well, I'm very, very close, Ria. Thanks for that reminder. Using self and peer assessment, it says there, I prefer my teacher gives me feedback than my classmates. I know she will tell me if I'm meeting her expectations. And she says, I was not happy with my pair. Sometimes, students have their own expectations inside the classroom, and if we don't account that expectation, then our effectiveness is constrained as well. And conclusion for the next 5 minutes. What I'm saying is, number one, we cannot engage students in the learning unless they know how to engage, meaning they have the knowledge, the dispositions, and the skills to engage in the learning. Students' beliefs, knowledge, and skills in learning impact the learning outcomes, including dispositions. Like teachers, we need to develop the capacity of students to be proficient in their learning. Now, this is the question that I've asked: how many years we spend for teacher training and how many years we spend for student training. We don't. We just take it for granted, and we just assume that students would engage in the learning if we have good learning and teaching activities. No, we need to make sure our students have knowledge and skills related to learning engagement. And we need to go beyond telling our students what to do. We need to let them take active roles in the learning, not the passive one. If we want to look at the student-centered classroom and active learning, we need to make sure we are not telling our students what to do, but telling them to engage in their own learning in the best possible way that they could think of. Meaning to say they're the ones who are going to develop their own strategies and their strategies and activities to achieve the learning outcomes. We need to go back to the core principles of active learning pedagogies, which is training our students to become active participant in the learning. And we have to ensure that students develop positive dispositions about learning and teaching. We have to make sure that they see that going to school is a fruitful activity, and engaging in learning activities, in assessment activities, would benefit them, would give them benefit for their for achieving the outcomes that they wanted to. Now, having said that, I'd like to raise 3 provocations for us to discuss, really. One, when do we start training students to engage effectively in their learning? Is it during kindergarten, grade 2, grade 3, grade 5, high school? When is the best time to start explicitly training our students? We have tried in kindergarten and it works well. I don't know in your context if it will, or if you have certain ideas related to that. We have 5 schools and we trained kindergarten students about active engagement and learning, specific knowledge and skills that they need to do to actively engage in the learning, and we are very successful about it. For younger students, or even for all, do we really need explicit training, or can this be embedded whilst learning and teaching? Do we need a professional development program, resources for students, just like what we have in teacher training, teacher development program? And if we have an explicit professional development program for students, how does it look like? It's design, implementation, and evaluation. These 3 provocations are yet to be answered with empirical evidence, but we are starting to gather evidence related to specifically and explicitly training students to actively engage in the learning before we give them the key learning areas to engage with. Now, if you have any ideas, I'd like to hear, and I'd like to open the discussion. Back to you, Ria. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Janice, for the very insightful presentation and also the provocation. So maybe we can spare some additional time after the question and answer session. Maybe if there is some of the participants wants to share what do they think about the provoking thoughts that you have just delivered. Well, so your presentation, I would like to highlight the framework for differentiation is very interesting. It mirrors the scaffolding method for the student learning. And I would like to emphasize once again that Dennis said it's not only about teacher assessment literacy, but also about students' agency. It's always important to inform to the students the objectives and outcomes of the learning so that we have the same vision between students and teachers. Right, now after the participants, if you have any question, you can just raise your hand and ask directly to our keynote speaker today.
Hi, Dennis. How are you?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, Mr. Bram. Right, so please raise your question. So Bram is our colleague here, Dennis. He was graduated from Monash University from the digital learning and technology. Right.
Okay.
Please, Bram.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much, Buria. Okay. How are you, Dennis?
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for a really great presentation. As you heard before, my name is Bram. Okay, and then I'm one of the English lecturers here at UMM. Okay, I have a question. Oh no, it's actually a two-part question. I'm sorry. So yeah, the first one is actually I have been trying to promote student-centered learning using gamification and also game-based learning. And yeah, usually it is fun engaging with a lot of students using games. But sometimes when I have to deal with a large classes consisting of 50 or like 60 students, it can be like difficult. Yeah, sometimes in my experiences, student-centered learning can be too much. Okay, so do you have suggestion how can we do like a student-centered learning properly in large classes? That's the first one. And then the second one, usually after my class, I give them like, for example, like a Google form so that they can review my learning, my teaching. And then actually, I have received several sort of like input from my student that some of them they were saying that they don't really like students learning. Okay, they usually ask me to, okay, could you just please teach me like the regular way? Usually they call it the regular way. It means that I have to just stand up and teach them. Something like that. Okay, yeah. Maybe it is related to their upbringing. Yeah, in Indonesia, usually they will receive sort of like teacher-centered learning since the beginning. So, do you suggest how can I deal with those type of student? Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'll answer first the second question because that's very important. When students are telling you that they just wanted to have the regular lecture, the normal lecture as they call it, that's because they have the strong beliefs that learning and teaching should be like that. They thought that that's the most effective way. But in fact, we know that theoretically and empirically, active learning is the best possible approach to teaching. So that's what I'm saying, that you need to explore the beliefs and conceptions and perceptions of the students first, and make sure you align those beliefs to the leading practices. And one way to do that is to present empirical evidence related to that, right? And then once you introduce active learning, make sure you don't overwhelm the students as well. You introduce it step by step, because if all of a sudden you give them active learning, full learning activities during the session, they wouldn't appreciate it because it's too much for them. So my suggestion is to integrate active learning with the traditional learning. Maybe how many minutes only active learning, then you go back to the traditional or to the normal or regular, how do you call it? Then back to learning, to active learning again, because you are trying to change their beliefs, their perceptions, and their practices related to learning effectiveness. And to do that, you need to manage the process really well. It's a stimulus compatibility approach, stimulus response compatibility, that you need to make sure you don't overwhelm them, because otherwise, they'll see it as something new and they will start to disengage. Now, the first one related to big classes, active in student-centered in a large class. Now, in UNSW, we've got large lecture, 300 to 500 students, and we do active learning. It takes a lot of design. It takes a lot of investment in terms of your time to properly develop a good learning and teaching activities. But what we do normally that works really well is the flipped classroom model of active learning. You give the resources prior to 1 week prior to the large class, and then give them 3 to 5 questions to answer and to explore from your resources. And during your lecture with the large class, you bring up those 5 questions, and then those questions are the focus of your active learning, right? So there's lots of strategies that you can do. You just have to manage for a large class that the interactions of the classroom is more or are more for support and more on clarifying misconceptions rather than discussing the concepts. Do the conceptual understanding outside. Give them resources, give them 2 chapters of the book to read, not just to read, but there are 3 or 5 questions that they need to answer while reading those the chapters. They don't need to send to you a formal answer to those 5 questions, but they need to explore answers to those 5 questions from the chapters that you ask them to do, and then take that inside the classroom, and there you develop your learning and teaching activities where the big classes can have fun at the same time and take active role in the learning. So there's lots of things that you can do, but you just have to manage that you yourselves will not be overwhelmed and your students will not be overwhelmed as well. Do it little by little.
Explanation and also experience sharing. Yes, Pak Bram, I hope that answers your question, that we should highlight that actually active learning can also be carried out outside the classroom, while we ask students to prepare themselves before joining our class. We still have some little time for maybe one more question from the audience, please.
Okay. Can you hear my
Yes,
voice?
please. Right.
Okay. My name is Diani. I'm a student from Yonggi University, South Korea. Good morning, Mr. Alonso. Well, actually, my question is maybe about the same with Mr. Brom's question, but maybe it's a little bit expand. Well, actually, when we learn that, I think there are many positive points that you already elaborated, such kind of student motivation and the same perception between student and the teachers. It sounds really nice, but in some cases, I found like the conditions where the teachers find unexpected conditions, like when they have the lack of resources, and when they find the students are not in the same frequency with them, like the perceptions about learning is different. So it can, even the conditions will make demotivate the teacher how to deal with these obstacles they face. So and when you advised when you advised us to give little by little effort to deal with that conditions, but in the same times it consumes like much time and also energy. And in some cases, also in previous conditions I faced, like when I need to deal with my students and focus on how to make them has the same perception with us about learning and active learning, it becomes like make us even put very much energy and time to focus on. So it will makes us disoriented, or even sometimes I a bit ignore the aims of the learning itself. I don't know whether you have this kind of conditions or not, but can you give me advices about that things? Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's very true. Our practices inside the classroom are influenced by our students' responses to it, and their responses is actually drawn from their beliefs, perceptions, and conceptions. What we recommend to schools is that before the term begins, the actual learning and teaching activities for each of the key learning areas, say English, maths, or science, we need to explore students' beliefs and perceptions related to the learning, related to teachers. Because if we don't know what beliefs they hold related to learning, and if they find their teachers not to be effective, then that control everything inside the classroom. Now, in a reform that we are introducing in some of the few schools here in Sydney, we're calling it data literacy reform. And the data there, it's not only about student engagement, it's not only about their marks or their grades, it's not only about their performance, but it's about their social, emotional, and their perceptions about the learning. And we're able to identify students who have really, really negative perception about the learning. They go to school thinking that's just a pastime. They go to school thinking that they don't have anything to learn because they are dumb. We have students like that. And we explore those data and develop specific program for each of the student. Because we know if our students will have negative perception about the learning, they won't learn at all. They will become problems inside the classroom and part of your classroom management behavioral issues. Now, that's a big thing to explore as individual teachers. So what we recommend is a whole school approach that we have to explore individual students' perception about the learning. That should be managed by higher authority, by the principals or executives or whatever you call them, deputy principals if you have assistant principals, and then develop interventions related to that. And there's a pastoral care for those students. That's where values come in, that students are given advice that, hey, your perception about learning and teaching activities are not really good, but you are here to learn, and each engagement that you have will have positive impact in your learning and in your future. We need to have that communication with the students. If not, we have to have a professional development program for students to be delivered every year for them to understand the processes that they need to undertake and the knowledge and skills that they need to have to engage effectively in learning. Otherwise, the scenario that you have actually described, that you get frustrated, you get overwhelmed, you get annoyed, you get so much negative feelings because your students are not responding properly, will continue on and on and on unless we were able to explore their perceptions and beliefs and change those towards effective learning and teaching. It's a big thing, but that's the way to move forward, and that's the provocations that I've actually raised. Should we have a explicit professional development program for students to actively engage in the learning? You're on mute, Ria.
Sorry. Right, okay. Thank you very much, Dennis, for the answer and explanation. Well, since the time is limited, maybe we have, a little bit of talk about your provocation, and maybe we can choose just one question, just like what you said before. So may I pick the last question? Maybe one of the audiences here can answer. Should we have an explicit form of professional development for students so that they will grow their own agency and they will know the true target of learning and everything, so that they will have the same vision with the teachers when they're coming to the classroom? So do you think we need explicit professional development session for students? If yes, maybe you can share your idea about the design and implementation and everything about student professional development. Maybe one of the participants can answer. Pak Bram, you want to say something? Yes?
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Thank you very much. Yeah, Priya.
okay.
Sorry,
Yes.
I
Pak Bram,
had
you
a
have the
problem
idea,
before.
please.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is a really interesting topic do we need like explicit activity to sort of like to teach student how to learn? Is that correct? Yeah, yeah. This is a really interesting topic, and I do believe that it is important. And yeah, but the design can be challenging because yeah, usually we think that learning is something like it is something like breathing. Okay, well, usually we learn in the class and then we are taught to do this and this, just like what Dennis said before. But yeah, changing their perspective and then changing or showing them how to learn properly. Yeah, I think that's important. And then uh for in my opinion, I think we can do this in the class. Okay, we don't necessarily need like a specific or like a different event to do this thing. Okay, and yes, I believe that first we need to teach the lecturer first or the teacher first, and then yeah, maybe they can yeah, advocate the same learning process in their classrooms. Okay, so yeah, because usually when we need like special occasion or special event to do this thing, yeah, it would like require more funding, for example, or maybe more participation, more people to do these things, and then it might be difficult for several students, sorry, for several schools or educational institution in Indonesia. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Pak Bram. Well, I see in the chat box, Dr. Fardini Sabila. Please, if you want to share, she is my supervisor too, and I'm doing my undergrad, Dennis. Okay, please, Dr. Fardini.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ria Arista, for the chance given to me. I just want to give a little bit idea about how to deal with the students' active learning or participate very well in a classroom. I'm also very thankful to Dennis Alonso that you have a good provocations how to do that case. Nowadays, we are facing 21st century learners. So we have to think about what they are interested to, what are their interests and also their focus of learning nowadays. So we have to go with the multimedia and also technological studies, things, yeah, or multimedia and also technological learning. So we should not give them a lot of languages in a classroom. We should not talk a lot. Teachers not dominantly talking using target language in a classroom, but let them explore by themselves. We only provide them with some materials and also media related to multimedia. So a kind sort of media such as video and then a video, film, and then podcast, which is right now is very popular among the EFL teaching, and also providing some animation because students really happy with learning with the anime, and also some other play, drama, performance, or anything which is provided through the multimedia and technology is very interesting nowadays. So I'm really sure that they will engage very well in our classroom through that media and also providing learning resources that I had mentioned before. Maybe if it is accepted, yeah. But once again, Dennis Alonso's idea and insightful idea is very, very brilliant in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Fardini. Yes, maybe the professional development is explicit, but should invite students' interests, just like you do. I think, Dennis, you're on TikTok now. Yeah, but I saw it's very good. You spread some information, and then we learn through TikTok. Well, you talk about the active learning before classroom. I think it's not always about the questions and such. We can ask them to watch our video, maybe. Okay. Yeah. You wanna say concluding remarks or something more to say, Dennis?
Yeah. The provocations that I've raised, if you're interested to do your postgrad thesis, that's one thing that you can actually do. you can use those provocations as your starting point to explore professional development for developing students' agency in the learning and teaching activities. It's a very good topic for you to do for your PhD or your for masters. Maybe if you want to join UNSW, please come in 2024. I don't have the capacity to do this year and next year. I've got so many PhD students, but 3 are completing next year, so I'll have a slot for 2024. And that's something that I'd like to explore, to get some students doing their PhD in relation to developing professional development for students, explicit professional development to train them to actively engage in the learning. Something that's missing in the literature yet, but it's something that's very important as noted in the 21st century skills. That's a requirement as well. So yep, please come and join us at UNSW in 2024. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much, Dennis. That's a very interesting offer. So for those who would like to continue your education journey to the PhD, Dennis already offered you with some title or topic. We can have a long debate about this, so you better put it in a 100,000 words of thesis, and then you can graduate with the international degree from the international university, right? Thank you very much, Dennis, for the time and also the talk. He's very reachable. You can also reach him through Facebook and also email, right? Okay. Thank you very much. Now move on to our next presenter. Unfortunately, he cannot join us live today. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, the committee, for reminding. Well, Dennis, here we would like to officially present the certificate from Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang for your today's talk. Give a big round of applause to Dr. Dennis Alonso from the University of New South Wales. Right. Thank you very much. Now we move on to our next presenter. As I informed before, that he cannot join us live today, but he already recorded his talk. He is Professor Tae Sheng Chan from the University of North Texas. He's got a PhD in Educational Research in the University of North Texas, and also Master of Arts in Special Education, University of North Texas. It's very interesting since we have to talk about inclusivity and diversity this day. And also he's got his Bachelor of Arts in Chinese Literature, National Taiwan Normal University. Now he's a faculty member at the Department of Education and Human Potentials Development since August 1996. He's very interested in multicultural education, teaching and learning in higher education, interdisciplinary learning and teaching, and also gender education. Since he's not presenting today, you can put your question in the chat box along with your email address. If the committee can pass your email to him, and then we can provide the answer and then send it back to your emails. So please welcome Professor Tae Sheng Chan from the University of North Texas.
Good morning to everyone. 早安，大家好。Selamat pagi, Samuaya. This is the Sheng Chan speaking at the National Donghua University in Taiwan. First of all, I like to appreciate University of Muhammadiyah Malang for having me at this wonderful conference. Secondly, I like to apologize for communication mistake I had in the email with the university. I thought the conference was 29th September, but indeed it is 28th September. So I will be very busy on 28th September. So I decided to record my presentation 2 days before the conference date. So you all still can have my presentation with a video. The topic I have today is strengthen professional development with an instructional design for an interdisciplinary undergraduate level engineering course. Again, my name is Darshan Zhang, and I also have an Indonesian name, Muhammad. So you can either call me Muhammad or Darshan. And currently, I'm working at Department of Education and Human Potential Development at NDHU. Let me briefly introduce myself. I received my PhD in education research from University of North Texas. My master's degree also from the same university in the field of special education. Bachelor degree in Chinese literature from National Taiwan Normal University. I start to teach at NDHU since 1996. And my research interests including multicultural education, diversity in education, teaching and learning in higher education, interdisciplinary learning and teaching, and gender education. Well, I also like to take this opportunity of the presentation to briefly introduce my university, National Donghua University. National Donghua University is a national research university located in Hualien, Taiwan. The university established in 1994. If my number is correct, I think National Donghua University is 30 years younger than UMM, your university. And NDHU is widely considered a high potential research university and the most prestigious university in Eastern Taiwan by Liberty Times, THE, QS, and the US News. My university also offers 6 wide range of disciplines in Taiwan, including science, engineering, computer science, environmental study, oceanography, law, art, humanity, social science, education, music, and business management. And where is NDHU located? Well, NDHU is located in East Taiwan. Generally, it's 2.5 hours by train from capital city. And at NDHU, we have a slogan. We like to see the whole world, but we also like to be seen. As I told you, the NDHU is located in Hualien. And in Taiwan, Hualien is the most beautiful county. And NDHU is the most beautiful university in Taiwan. So if everyone in the audience have the chance to visit Taiwan, please let me know. Be my guest. Okay. And speaking of my topic, strengthen professional development with an instructional design for an interdisciplinary undergraduate level engineering course. The reason I prepare this topic of my presentation is to echo the theme of the conference, strengthen professional and spiritual education through 21st century skill empowerment in pandemic and the post-pandemic era. The outline of my presentation is on the list. First of all, I like to share my motivation. As a researcher and teacher, I'm always hungry for professional development in teaching. So let's talk about the introduction background. As we all know, the effective professional development has long been a critical component in higher education. Back to 1950 and 1960s, were the era of the scholar with a focus on research skill and productivities. In 1970s, development moved into the era of the teacher focused on improving teaching skill and abilities. In 1980s, which is the era of the developer, where development departed and faculty-centric progress, teaching and research began to emerge. In 1990s, which is the era of the learner, with the focus shifting from teaching to learning, from teacher to student. Today, we are in the era of teamwork and network, which focus on collaboration across faculty members to encourage interdisciplinary. So as an educator, teachers in teacher college, I must strengthen my teaching professional development. So one of the best ways to strengthen teaching professional development is a collaboration with other faculty members. Motivation 2, if I work on the old pace, I can reach the new destination. So do my students. As we all know, today's schools face enormous challenge. And in response to an increasing complex society and a rapidly changed technology-based economic, schools are being asked to educate the most diverse student body in our history to higher academic standards than ever before. The need for creativity, problem-solving, and innovation in education is an urgent global issue, right? And this is emphasized explicitly in engineering education. And our students face career challenge. And as a teachers, we have to take responsibilities. So the goal of education aims to cultivate the student creativity and develop their problem-solving skill in the wake of nearly unknown future society. Currently, many institutions in Taiwan have implemented project-oriented problem-based learning. For short, we call POPBL, POBL. The POBL course in undergraduate curricula to implement diverse set of teaching to address tomorrow's challenge. POBL allows different groups of students in a course to work together to solve the practical problem and to present, to defend their approaches and solutions. Jensen, etc. indicated that POBL not only focus on deriving solutions that have a beneficial influence on social issues, but also promote students' creativities. Interdisciplinary POBL curricula are one of the powerful ways to cultivate student critical thinking and creativities. So students improve communication, social, and leadership skill through teamwork, which such creativity requires. Although POBL has been the subject of numerous studies focused on teaching in education, but comparatively little empirical research has been devoted to exploring the effect of POBL in an interdisciplinary course on undergraduate creativities. A sound framework to design and integrate POBL in an interdisciplinary course, specifically addressing student creativity toward the future society design, remain to be developed. So, my study described the framework of teaching and learning by using the POBL in interdisciplinary course in Taiwan and investigating the course impact on student creativities. Let's talk about my research purpose. I have 3 research purposes. The first one, I have 2 research purposes. Okay, so our teaching team has tried to bridge the gap by offering an interdisciplinary course for undergraduate at the National Taiwan University in Taiwan. As I told you, my research team is an interdisciplinary team. So it's not only across the field, it's also across the universities. So there are 2 purposes of my study. The primary purpose of my study was to explore the impact of the interdisciplinary social design engineering course on undergraduate engineering creativity at National Taiwan University. The second purpose of this study was to reflect on my teaching professional development with the interdisciplinary social design engineering course. Let's talk about interdisciplinary teaching. The interdisciplinary teaching means the use and integration of method and analytic framework for more than one academic discipline to examine a theme, issue, question, or topic. Interdisciplinary education makes use of disciplinary approaches to examine topics, but also take insight from variety of relevant disciplines, combine their contribution to understanding, and then to integrate this idea into a more complete and coherent framework. Interdisciplinary teaching is different from multiple or cross-disciplinary teaching in that it requires the integration and the synthesis of the different perspectives rather than just simple consideration of a multiple viewpoint. So, interdisciplinary teaching requires different preparation than traditional single instructor course, particularly concern the organization aspect of the course management. Instructor in interdisciplinary teaching should integrate different interdisciplinary approaches by referring to each other in lecture and presentation. So it's a team teaching, and this kind of team teaching allows students to observe high-level intellectual debate among the colleagues. Students also learn to disagree without hostility while debating different topics. Students learn how to encounter a new material through variety of perspectives and gain a practical knowledge of different academic disciplines. And here is my interdisciplinary teaching team. Let me briefly introduce my teaching team. We have a professional, Xie Sangxian. He is also the chair of the Department of Civil Engineering at National Taiwan University. We have professional Song Meimei. She is at Danjiang University, and her specialty is future study and future intelligence. We have professional Lai Shiyao. She is also teaching National Taiwan University, and his specialty is architecture, urban study, architecture history, and theory. And Professor Zhang, that's me. And my specialty is teacher education, educational psychology, and teaching and learning. And we also have 4 teaching assistants in the team. And before we offer a course to students, all the teaching members have to join a workshop to enhance our knowledge in the different areas. Okay, now talk about POBO. Many institutions have implemented POBO courses in undergraduate engineering curricula to implement a diverse set of engineering teaching to address tomorrow's challenge. So POBO allowed different groups of the students in the course to work together to solve the practical problem and to present, to defend their approaches and solutions. So the work required them to actively participate in the process of acquiring and applying knowledge. ASEN, etc., indicate the POBO not only focus on deriving solutions that have practical influence on social issues, but also promote student creativity. So, POBO is a powerful way to cultivate student creativity, critical thinking, and engineering creativity. So students improve communication skill, social skill, and leadership skill by teamwork. And the basic principle of a POBO, there are 6 principles. First one, the student-centered programs that motivate and gain commitment among the students. The second one, it should be problem-oriented, not subject-oriented. The third one, a solution is found through the learning process rather than recalling knowledge. Number 4, the project base, which has a goal and action component to derive change. Number 5, exemplarity instead of generality. The last one, promote group teamwork and social communication skill. When we implement a POBO disciplinary teach course, it starts with analyzing a research problem, followed by project design, which implements interdisciplinary activity to derive a solution. Now, let's talk about engineering creativities. First of all, I'd like to talk about the definition of engineering creativity. Engineering creativity, based on Guilford in 1950s, he proposed the definition of creativity as a mental task demanding novel idea, sparking a wave of creativity research that has been scrutinized ever since. In 1974, Torrance applied Guilford's creativity theory to draw a framework for creativity thinking process that consisted of 4 aspects: fluency, flexibility, originality, and elaboration. Again, fluency, flexibility, originality, and elaboration. What does fluency mean? Fluency refers to the production of a great number of ideas or alternate solution to a problem. Flexibility refers to the production of ideas that show multiple possibilities of a realm of thought. Originality involves the production of ideas that are novel. Elaboration is the process of enhancing ideas by providing more detail. Further, Sternberg and Dubart in 1999 stressed that creativity produces content that is novel while being appropriate to the situational demands. Hence, originality and functionality intertwine. So creativity can be defined as something new, valuable, or useful for a particular group. So engineers achieve creativity more explicitly through functional creativity. Functional creativity means that the product designed by engineers serve a functional and a programmatic purpose. Thus, engineering problem identification is one of the key steps in the problem-solving process. Both fit the definition of increasing creativity production. Hence, engineer not only needs to address aesthetics like artists, but they also need to solve the problem, preempt the potential problem, and address utility within the constraints and the parameter that have been designated. How to develop such attribute in creativity engineering programs need to be addressed and further developed through educational innovation. So, this study has adapted tolerance 4 dimensions: fluency, flexibility, originality, and elaboration, plus usefulness as central theoretical framework of engineering creativity. So, the aim is to identify educational intervention which can enhance student engineering creativities. Now, I want to talk something about design thinking. Why I want to talk about design thinking approach? It's because one of the effective methods to teach problem is the design thinking approach. Design thinking refers to the human-oriented problem-solving methodology that seek innovative solutions for various issues and create more possibility through human needs, based on Brown, 2008. So, here is divergent and convergent thinking in creativity. So as you can see from this chart, well, from the different aspects of the problem through divergent thinking, and they gradually define the problem, define the problem by divergent thinking about the problem. Then into the second phase. The second phase is from a different aspect of the all possible solution and to develop the best way to implement solution. So, apply design thinking to cultivate engineering creativity. Design thinking is a design methodology that provides a solution-based approach to solving problems. There are 5 stages of design thinking. First, emphasize understanding the human needs involved. The second stage is to define reframing the problem in human-centric ways. Number 3, ideate, creating many ideas in brainstorming session. Number 4, prototype, adopting a hands-on approach in prototyping. The last stage of design thinking is testing. So, as you can see the graphic here, design thinking is a teaching and learning process, which including both divergent thinking and convergent thinking. So, now I want to talk about the design concept of interdisciplinary curriculum in my study. As I told you earlier, we have 4 faculty members join this teaching team. We have Professor Song Mei. She is in future study field. We have Professor Xie Sangxian. He is in engineering. We have Professor Lai Shiyao. He is in architecture. So it's about the participatory design. And regarding my part, psychology education. So I design the curriculum with psychology and also create a creativity scale. So here you can see the design thinking model with engineering interact with participatory design with future study. So the interdisciplinary teaching was designed with the design thinking model for integrating engineering, future thinking, and participatory design. And this design is student-centered learning environment was built for teamwork and communication. So students were taught and guided to view and think about the issue in a multi-dimension perspective. So there are two goals of this teaching design. The first goal is design thinking, to cultivate undergraduate design thinking personality. The second goal of this curricula is engineering creativity. We want to enhance undergraduate student engineering creativity. Let's talk about research method. The design of this research is a non-equivalent pre-test and post-test experimental design. And the field of this study is at National Taiwan University in Taipei. And we have two groups. One is called experimental group. The second group is control group. The experimental group is interdisciplinary engineering course for society. In this course, we have 19 undergraduate students, 11 males and 9 females. For control group, which is Civil Engineering Capstone Challenge course, this course has 23 undergraduates, 13 male and 10 female. And here is the design. We have two groups. We have pre-test. We have the experimental process for experimental group. And we have the regular traditional teaching for control group. Then we have a post-test. And here is the course cooperation base. The course cooperation base is the leftly and the longfully areas in the Zhongzheng district of Taipei City. This local area was a Japanese civil servant residential area before 1945. And this area including historic sites, traditional Chinese buildings, art, and historic museum, and the numeric business store such as second-hand clothes store, old book store, and the furniture house. So students in this course were asked to work as a team to design a city plan to remodify this old area with multicultural background. So each team was to design a program for a social space problem solution. So here is Zhongzheng district of the Taipei City. About the teaching process. Okay, that's from here. We have 3 instructors. So instructor expertise, visual communication from engineering field, participatory design from architecture field, and the future thinking is from future study, right? And here you can see for participatory design, there are different approaches, strategies. We have a consensus first. We have a bootlegging, open space, empathy game, image, collaborative situation construction. For future thinking, we have a timeline, future wheel, future triangle, causal layer analysis, emerging issue analysis. And remember, we applied design thinking approach, and there are 5 stages of design thinking. So we have emphasize, we have defined the problem, we have ideate, we have a prototype and a test. And here is the schedule. So before the beginning of the course, we prepare, and then between week 1 to week 5 is the stage of emphasize. Okay, so we ask students to understand the environment and to interpret the old history area in Zhongzhen district. From week 7, the student team have to define the problem and action issues. And between week 8 and 9, the student have to think about the solution. And from week 10 to 16 is a proposal and a review. So here is some example from the course. Okay, so Professor Xie Shangxian is talking about design thinking. Okay, and here we ask students to practice empathy game, and it's at the first stage of design thinking. So it's empathy practicing. So students share their understanding about the environment. And here we ask students to go to the old district to understand, to listen to the community resident voices. Okay, so it's kind of like empathize, practicing, and the participatory design. Okay, and then we also have the group discussion, okay, to define and to ideate. Okay, and here is a part of the supplement we offer to the student. So student can, kind of like ideate and prototype their idea and the solution. Okay, and in the end, we ask students to share the prototype and test their idea in the community. And here I like to share how we apply the future thinking approaches. Okay, see, I'm sorry, some of the material are in Chinese. Okay, but I like to, for example, like, okay, image issues analysis, we use the post-it. Okay, so the student can have the brainstorm and see the idea based on the past issue or brainstorm value to think about the future trend and the possible issues, and also try to unlock the future and deepen the future with full orientation of a problem, social causes, worldview, and metaphor. So it's one is orientation of the problem, and here is social causes, and here is worldview, and the last one is a metaphor. So, and here is another example of future thinking approaches. Okay, so it's causal layer analysis. So you can see the first layer is time scale of change. You have to find the problem, and then you have to think about the cause of the problem. And the cause of the problem is not only from your personal perspective. You also have to see the problem from the world view. Then the last one, how can you use a metaphor to describe the whole situation? Here is another example. For example, when we are talking about the new family, as you all know, in 2019, Taiwan is the first country to legalize the same-sex marriage. So, if we define the new family in Taiwan for undergraduate course, then today, 2020, when we see the first layer is a nuclear plus extended family, right? Then we think about the cause, the system. Why? Okay, So including national building, traditional model of hierarchy based on agriculture and industrial economy. So the worldview is a tradition of the text. And if you apply a metaphor for this kind of family, it's kind of like the arranged marriage. It's one size fits all. But if you apply the future thinking in the new family, then you will see the new type of the family, right? For example, in 2040. Then what calls the new family type? Including economic growth, robotics, artificial intelligence, the rise of digital native, and the LGBT and the feminist movement, right? So the worldview has changed. It's from the tradition of the text to diversity and choice. So the metaphor for 2040 of the new family could be the love marriage of finding the perfect fit. And here is another illustration to show you from the stage 1, 2, 3, 4, and then after 4, you will have the new culture. You will have the new system. You will have the new measure. How do we know we are going the new direction? Okay, so this is all about the future study, future thinking we apply in our interdisciplinary course. And another example of apply future thinking approach, for example, future triangle. Okay, here you can see it's called pool of the future. You always can feel it's pool of the future. Okay, and also the pool of the past. Okay, pool of the past. Okay, and the pool of the current. So you see the past, you see the current, you see the future. So we call it a future triangle. Okay, and another example is called future wheel. Think about the future. For example, in Taiwan, now we are facing a challenge of lack of the population, lack of the young child. So in 2040, the population will become aging. So here is the aging. 40% of the population will be elderly people. So what is your solution? It's kind of like a brainstorm. It's a future wheel. So according to the selected topic, thinking according to the principle of the first stage influence the second stage, such etc. Okay, and this is example of the participatory design. See, we have a synthesis first approach. We have step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, and step 5. And here is 2 different perspectives. This is called pros, this is cons. So they have kind of like a debate. Okay, and here it's like, okay, how can you find a common knowledge or common perspective from pros and cons? And here is another teaching approaches for participatory design. It's called bootlegging approach. Okay. But I'm sorry, I have to a little bit hurry up. Okay. So if you are interested in this kind of like different approaches for participatory design, you can either email me or you can Google it. I think it's not hard to find all these approaches in the internet. Okay, now I want to talk about the research instrument. As I told you, this instrument are created by my research team, including me. Okay, so based on the definition of engineering creativity, remember that we have 5 dimensions: fluency, originality, flexibility, elaboration, and usefulness. Okay, so I create a scale, and then I have test, retest reliability, and also have the iterator reliability. Okay. Here is the form A. Okay. As I told you in the research design, we have a pre-test, we have a post-test. So to avoid the student practice on the same form of the scale, I create two forms. One is called Form A and the other one is Form B. So I use Form A for pre-test and Form B for post-test. And for pre-test of the Form A, I have design for generating sounds, okay, and design a car. So it's two sub-scale under Form A. And here is a cover page of Form A. Okay, and this is the first part of Form A, design of generating sound. I give the student 10 minutes to finish part 1 in Form A. So, for example, below you will find two shapes, right? Okay, and you can see the two shapes and you may have some idea popping out. So be creative using your imagination and see if you can come up with a design that generates sound. Okay, and these two shapes can be of any material and size of your choice, and can be either solid or hollow. However, each shape can be used only once. Please make sure that you include the drawing of the design, description of the design, the material used, including the texture, problem with which the design might be solved, and the people who might find the design handy. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I ask students to have two design. Okay, design 1 and design 2. And the second part of the Form A is design a car. So here is the item. What would you like to do if invited to design a car? You are encouraged to incorporate as many different ideas as possible. Draw your design below and name the overall outlook and every feature included. Lastly, give the whole design a creative name as well. Okay, so it's the first session. The second session is design a car, a special feature of the car. So please write down the special feature in the car and have on the left, okay, student already designed here, and then they have to give the feature, right? Okay, and specify what object or facilities student may make the special feature possible. Okay, so if you missed anything in previous section, you might include them here. You might check back on your design so they can, okay, but do not add anything else on the one that done design. Okay, so the more you list here, the better. Okay, and here is the Form B. Okay, the same, the similarly. Okay, I have two parts for Form B, design that makes communication easy. And then the second part of Form B is design of the bus stop. Again, here is the cover page. And here is the first part of Form B. And here is the second part of Form B, design of the bus. Okay, so here is some example from student work. So apply the two graphic to draw a sound generated design and describe the design, material, problem of solution, and the user. So you can see that some student, you know, they draw their design chart and see they describe it. Okay, what they think about, you know, they have to describe their design and describe the texture, material they apply, and what kind of problem they want to salute, and who will use, you know, who will use this kind of like, you know, design. Okay. And here is another example about the draw a car and describe the future, explain the future of the car. So you can see, okay, he said, this is called environmental protection car. Environmental, well, this is a very hit issue, we call SDGs, right? Okay, that's good. Okay, well, regarding to data and analysis, okay, I use analysis of covariance to analyze the numeric data. Okay, so I have independent variable, which is the group, right? We have experimental group, we have control group. Okay, and the covariance is a pretest score of engineering creativity skill, and the dependent variable is the post-test score. Okay, and here is the finding. Okay, as I told you, students work together, they have their design, and they also have their solution, they have their future vision of the old city. Okay, so they kind of like, okay, in 2040, what kind of city will be with the training from future study, participatory design, and also the communication vision. Okay. So the course provide opportunity for students to cooperate together, communicate, and promote their divergent thinking, convergent thinking. So the course enhance student collaboration attribute and their creativities in fluency, flexibility, originality, and the usefulness. Okay, so and the student also share their experience, their experience with, in a class. And here is the teacher listen to what the student, and here is a result of numeric data. So as you can see, we have 5 dimensions, right? Fluency, flexibility, originality, elaboration, usefulness. And here is the total score, right? And the experimental group, control group, okay. And you can see the F-test, most of them are significant except elaboration. So there is no difference between the control group and the experimental group in elaboration, right? But they are significantly different on fluency, flexibility, originality, usefulness between experimental group and the control group. So you can see the experimental group received the highest score on adjusted mean compared to control group. Now, I'd like to have some discussion with you. Okay, the first one, this study was able to show the effect of interdisciplinary problem. Okay, and through the utilization of multiple professors, remember we have, for professors working together from different backgrounds, the curriculum address sustainability with the context of tomorrow challenge, right? The students have to develop knowledge and creativity skill within multiple contexts to succeed in the course. The post-test results show their success. The context of the project. Remember, we talked about the city plan, right? So this city planning is also worth stress. Why? It's because we have 4 professors work together. So professors incorporated a task that develop a student understanding the problem solving in realistic and precise scenarios. The future student, regardless of whether an engineer or not, will inform the city planning for sustainability within Taiwan historic district. So this job requires many different fields to address, for example, engineering, security, energy, architecture, right? So therefore, the realistic project and the problem in problem framework may have played a critical role in shaping the student creativity.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, for the insightful sharing. We would like to highlight that especially Professor has already shared about how can we enforce the improvement in the near future, and also he highlight the importance of the engineering learning for the students. Well, we would like to present the certificate for our last keynote speaker. Here is the official certificate published by the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Give a big round of applause to Professor Te Sheng Chang for his insightful presentation this afternoon. Right, so we officially conclude the main session of our event today. Thank you very much for your attention and also the question and answer session. And I'd like to give it back to Miss Rahmania Santoso as the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Ria Arista, for guiding the whole session very well. And also, I would like to say thank you very much to Mr. Dennis Alonso and also Professor Te-Sing Chang for the great presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, we inform you that in addition of today's conference, there will be a workshop which will be held on 1st and 8th October. And the workshop will be held synchronously. And after this, we have 75 minutes for Duhur prayer and also lunch break. So please come back to the main room at 13:54 p.m. And after lunch break, we will continue to parallel session. I hope you can enjoy your lunch as well. And so we can be more attractive for the next session. Thank you very much. See you again.
Manusia di atas teknologi. Semua inovasi bersumber dari manusia. Sedangkan sumber daya manusia yang unggul berawal dari pendidikan dan guru yang profesional. Dan masa depan bermula dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kota tempatmu tinggal? Kota sebelum kamu memulai masa depan yang kamu impikan. Kota pendidikan yang sejuk dengan sejuta keindahan yang menawarkan berbagai kesempatan untuk memulai mimpimu. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kampusmu? Kampus Islam terbaik dunia. Dengan berbagai rekognisi yang akan menginspirasimu untuk tumbuh dan menjadi bagian dari revolusi di masa depan. Bagaimana jika ini adalah fakultasmu? Fakultas terkemuka dengan 7 pilihan program studi yang memiliki sejarah panjang dan kontribusi nyata dalam dunia pendidikan. Tempatmu belajar dan melihat dunia dengan perspektif yang berbeda. Dan ini adalah kelasmu, kelas yang tanpa sekat ruang dan waktu. Kamu akan bertemu dengan mereka, berkolaborasi, dan mengatasi tantangan-tantangan ke depan. Kamu akan bertemu dengan dosen inspiratif yang membawamu berpetualang memperluas cakrawala dengan tetap berpegang pada nilai-nilai keislaman. Mengubah passion menjadi penelitian yang memberikan jawaban berbagai permasalahan. Mendorongmu hadir di tengah mereka yang membutuhkan. Dan ini adalah kelas pilihanmu. Dengan jas merahmu, kamu akan berkolaborasi dengan mereka dalam menyelami ilmu pengetahuan secara merdeka. Bagaimana jika ini adalah frame yang akan berisi potret dirimu? Bergabung bersama deretan potret senyum kemenangan menjadi kebanggaan. Ini adalah wajah-wajah yang akan kamu temui kelak. Wajah-wajah penuh harapan yang menjanjikan gemilang Indonesia. Dan kamu menjadi bagian di dalamnya. Ini adalah titik balik dalam kehidupanmu. Disinilah mimpimu akan terwujud. Mulailah sebagai generasi pembaharu. Join FKIP UMM, Reach Your Bright Future. Manusia di atas teknologi. Semua inovasi bersumber dari manusia. Sedangkan sumber daya manusia yang unggul berawal dari pendidikan dan guru yang profesional. Dan masa depan bermula dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kota tempatmu tinggal? Kota sebelum kamu memulai masa depan yang kamu impikan. Kota pendidikan yang sejuk dengan sejuta keindahan yang menawarkan berbagai kesempatan untuk memulai mimpimu. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kampusmu? Kampus Islam terbaik dunia. Dengan berbagai rekognisi yang akan menginspirasimu untuk tumbuh dan menjadi bagian dari revolusi di masa depan. Bagaimana jika ini adalah fakultasmu? Fakultas terkemuka dengan 7 pilihan program studi yang memiliki sejarah panjang dan kontribusi nyata dalam dunia pendidikan. Tempatmu belajar dan melihat dunia dengan perspektif yang berbeda. Dan ini adalah kelasmu, kelas yang tanpa sekat ruang dan waktu. Kamu akan bertemu dengan mereka, berkolaborasi, dan mengatasi tantangan-tantangan ke depan. Kamu akan bertemu dengan dosen inspiratif yang membawamu berpetualang memperluas cakrawala dengan tetap berpegang pada nilai-nilai keislaman. Mengubah passion menjadi penelitian yang memberikan jawaban berbagai permasalahan. Mendorongmu hadir di tengah mereka yang membutuhkan. Dan ini adalah kelas pilihanmu. Dengan jas merahmu, kamu akan berkolaborasi dengan mereka dalam menyelami ilmu pengetahuan secara merdeka. Bagaimana jika ini adalah frame yang akan berisi potret dirimu? Bergabung bersama deretan potret senyum kemenangan menjadi kebanggaan. Ini adalah wajah-wajah yang akan kamu temui kelak. Wajah-wajah penuh harapan yang menjanjikan gemilang Indonesia. Dan kamu menjadi bagian di dalamnya. Ini adalah titik balik dalam kehidupanmu. Disinilah mimpimu akan terwujud. Mulailah sebagai generasi pembaharu. Join FKIP UMM, Reach Your Bright Future. Manusia di atas teknologi. Semua inovasi bersumber dari manusia. Sedangkan sumber daya manusia yang unggul berawal dari pendidikan dan guru yang profesional. Dan masa depan bermula dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kota tempatmu tinggal? Kota sebelum kamu memulai masa depan yang kamu impikan. Kota pendidikan yang sejuk dengan sejuta keindahan yang menawarkan berbagai kesempatan untuk memulai mimpimu. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kampusmu? Kampus Islam terbaik dunia. Dengan berbagai rekognisi yang akan menginspirasimu untuk tumbuh dan menjadi bagian dari revolusi di masa depan. Bagaimana jika ini adalah fakultasmu? Fakultas terkemuka dengan 7 pilihan program studi yang memiliki sejarah panjang dan kontribusi nyata dalam dunia pendidikan. tempatmu belajar dan melihat dunia dengan perspektif yang berbeda. Dan ini adalah kelasmu, kelas yang tanpa sekat ruang dan waktu. Kamu akan bertemu dengan mereka, berkolaborasi, dan mengatasi tantangan-tantangan ke depan. Kamu akan bertemu dengan dosen inspiratif yang membawamu berpetualang memperluas cakrawala dengan tetap berpegang pada nilai-nilai keislaman. Mengubah passion menjadi penelitian yang memberikan jawaban berbagai permasalahan, mendorongmu hadir di tengah mereka yang membutuhkan. Dan ini adalah kelas pilihanmu. Dengan jas merahmu, kamu akan berkolaborasi dengan mereka dalam menyelami ilmu pengetahuan secara merdeka. Bagaimana jika ini adalah frame yang akan berisi potret dirimu? Bergabung bersama deretan potret senyum kemenangan menjadi kebanggaan. Ini adalah wajah-wajah yang akan kamu temui kelak. Wajah-wajah penuh harapan yang menjanjikan gemilang Indonesia. Dan kamu menjadi bagian di dalamnya. Ini adalah titik balik dalam kehidupanmu. Disinilah mimpimu akan terwujud. Mulailah sebagai generasi pembaharu. Join FKIP UMM, Reach Your Bright Future.
Teman-teman semua, hari ini aku bersama Ica dan juga Nisam akan mengajak kalian semua untuk berkenalan langsung dengan Fakultas Agama Islam Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang.
Mau tahu apa aja yang ada di FAI UMM?
Yuk langsung ikutin kita.
Tahu nggak sih teman-teman kalau Fakultas Agama Islam itu salah satu fakultas tertua loh di UMM? Nah, Fakultas Agama Islam sendiri mempunyai visi untuk menjadi fakultas yang terkemuka dalam pengembangan dan pengamalan ilmu-ilmu keislaman di tingkat internasional pada tahun 2030.
Teman-teman tahu nggak sih, Fakultas Agama Islam mempunyai 4 program studi, yang masing-masing program studinya memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas menunjang dalam proses akademik. Yuk kita telusuri.
Nah, Prodi PAI ini menjadi salah satu prodi awal ketika Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang didirikan dengan nama Jurusan Pendidikan Agama. Prodi PAI sejak diberlakukan sistem akreditasi selalu mendapatkan akreditasi A dan saat ini telah terkonversi juga ke peringkat unggul. Untuk menunjang pembelajaran, Prodi PAI dilengkapi dengan laboratorium microteaching yang memfasilitasi pelaksanaan praktikum dan magang. Lab microteaching juga mendukung pembelajaran hybrid. Klik Mengajar, salah satu sarana belajar mahasiswa berbasis web dihadirkan untuk memudahkan mahasiswa. Berbagai informasi dan media pembelajaran dapat diakses di dalam aplikasi ini, sehingga mahasiswa dapat belajar di mana saja dan kapan saja.
Prodi yang selanjutnya adalah Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam. Prodi yang satu ini juga sudah terakreditasi A loh teman-teman. Selain itu, prodi ini juga sudah mempunyai fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti ruang sidang semu. Biasanya, ruangan ini digunakan untuk membantu mahasiswanya dalam melakukan praktek beracara di persidangan yang bertujuan untuk menunjang kompetensi bagi lulusan-lulusannya. Ada juga ruangan advokat di mana mahasiswa dapat mempraktekkan bagaimana cara memberikan konsultasi hukum sebagai seorang advokat. Oh iya, mahasiswanya juga melakukan praktek akad nikah loh teman-teman, sebagai salah satu praktek dari mata kuliahnya. Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam juga mempunyai alat astrofotografi untuk menunjang salah satu praktek mata kuliahnya yaitu ilmu falak. Alat ini digunakan untuk mempelajari tentang perputaran benda langit dalam menentukan awal bulan Komariah.
Program studi selanjutnya adalah Ekonomi Syariah. program studi ini berdiri sejak tahun 2012 loh teman-teman. Dan prodi ini mempunyai konsentrasi peminatan di bidang keuangan syariah, akuntansi syariah, dan manajemen syariah. Visi Ekonomi Syariah menjadi program studi terkemuka tingkat nasional tahun 2030 dalam mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam. Misi Ekonomi Syariah menyelenggarakan pendidikan ekonomi syariah jenjang strata 1 berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam, mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi syariah berbasis riset, melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam ilmu ekonomi syariah yang dapat menunjang kualitas pendidikan dan pembelajaran, serta mengembangkan kerjasama dengan pihak lain yang saling menguntungkan dalam pengembangan ilmu ekonomi syariah. Alumni-alumni Prodi Ekonomi Syariah juga telah diterima di berbagai instansi seperti instansi pemerintahan, BUMN dan perusahaan nasional serta internasional, dan banyak juga yang telah berkarir mandiri di bisnis startup. Prodi ini juga sudah memfasilitasi bagi mahasiswa yang melakukan penelitian dengan menyediakan jurnal yang sudah terakreditasi Sinta 2. Nah, yang terakhir nih teman-teman, ada program studi pendidikan bahasa Arab. Program studi ini didirikan pada tahun 2014. Prodi ini mempunyai tujuan untuk memberikan solusi terhadap berbagai persoalan pengembangan pembelajaran bahasa Arab di Indonesia. Program studi ini juga sudah dilengkapi dengan fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti laboratorium komputer, yang dapat digunakan mahasiswa untuk merancang media pembelajaran. Lalu, laboratorium bahasa Arab yang digunakan mahasiswanya untuk melatih kemahiran dalam berbahasa Arab sehari-hari. Selain belajar tentang kebahasaan dan pendidikan bahasa Arab, di Prodi Bahasa Arab kita juga bisa belajar bagaimana menjadi guide dan praktik langsung di dunia usaha.
Nah, udah tahu apa aja yang ada di FIUMM? Yuk, buruan join!
Teman-teman semua, hari ini aku bersama Ica dan juga Nisam akan mengajak kalian semua untuk berkenalan langsung dengan Fakultas Agama Islam Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang.
Mau tahu apa aja yang ada di FIUMM?
Yuk langsung ikutin kita!
Tahu nggak sih teman-teman kalau Fakultas Agama Islam itu salah satu fakultas tertua loh di UMM? Nah, Fakultas Agama Islam sendiri mempunyai visi untuk menjadi fakultas yang terkemuka dalam pengembangan dan pengamalan ilmu-ilmu keislaman di tingkat internasional pada tahun 2030.
Teman-teman tahu nggak sih, Fakultas Agama Islam mempunyai 4 program studi, yang masing-masing program studinya memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas menunjang dalam proses akademik. Yuk kita telusuri.
Nah, Prodi PAI ini menjadi salah satu prodi awal ketika Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang didirikan dengan nama Jurusan Pendidikan Agama. Prodi PAI sejak diberlakukan sistem akreditasi selalu mendapatkan akreditasi A dan saat ini telah terkonversi juga ke peringkat unggul. Untuk menunjang pembelajaran, Prodi PAI dilengkapi dengan laboratorium micro-teaching yang memfasilitasi pelaksanaan praktikum dan magang. Lab micro-teaching juga mendukung pembelajaran hybrid. Klik Mengajar, salah satu sarana belajar mahasiswa berbasis web dihadirkan untuk memudahkan mahasiswa. Berbagai informasi dan media pembelajaran dapat diakses di dalam aplikasi ini, sehingga mahasiswa dapat belajar di mana saja dan kapan saja.
selanjutnya adalah Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam. Prodi yang satu ini juga sudah terakreditasi A loh teman-teman. Selain itu, Prodi ini juga sudah mempunyai fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti ruang sidang semu. Biasanya, ruangan ini digunakan untuk membantu mahasiswanya dalam melakukan praktek beracara di persidangan yang bertujuan untuk menunjang kompetensi bagi lulusan-lulusannya. Ada juga ruangan advokat di mana mahasiswa dapat mempraktekkan bagaimana cara memberikan konsultasi hukum sebagai seorang advokat. Oh iya, mahasiswanya juga melakukan praktek akad nikah loh teman-teman, sebagai salah satu praktek dari mata kuliahnya. Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam juga mempunyai alat astrofotografi untuk menunjang salah satu praktek mata kuliahnya yaitu ilmu falak. Alat ini digunakan untuk mempelajari tentang perputaran benda langit dalam menentukan awal bulan Komariah.
Program studi selanjutnya adalah Ekonomi Syariah. Program studi ini berdiri sejak tahun 2012 loh teman-teman. Dan prodi ini mempunyai konsentrasi peminatan di bidang keuangan syariah, akuntansi syariah, dan manajemen syariah. Visi Ekonomi Syariah menjadi program studi terkemuka tingkat nasional tahun 2030 dalam mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam. Misi Ekonomi Syariah menyelenggarakan pendidikan ekonomi syariah jenjang strata 1 berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam, mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi syariah berbasis riset, melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam ilmu ekonomi syariah yang dapat menunjang kualitas pendidikan dan pembelajaran, serta mengembangkan kerjasama dengan pihak lain yang saling menguntungkan dalam pengembangan ilmu ekonomi syariah. Alumni-alumni Prodi Ekonomi Syariah juga telah diterima di berbagai instansi seperti instansi pemerintahan, BUMN dan perusahaan nasional serta internasional, dan banyak juga yang telah berkarir mandiri di bisnis startup. Prodi ini juga sudah memfasilitasi bagi mahasiswa yang melakukan penelitian dengan menyediakan jurnal yang sudah terakreditasi Sinta 2. Nah, yang terakhir nih teman-teman, ada program studi pendidikan bahasa Arab. Program studi ini didirikan pada tahun 2014. Prodi ini mempunyai tujuan untuk memberikan solusi terhadap berbagai persoalan pengembangan pembelajaran bahasa Arab di Indonesia. Program studi ini juga sudah dilengkapi dengan fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti laboratorium komputer, yang dapat digunakan mahasiswa untuk merancang media pembelajaran. Lalu, laboratorium bahasa Arab yang digunakan mahasiswanya untuk melatih kemahiran dalam berbahasa Arab sehari-hari. Selain belajar tentang kebahasaan dan pendidikan bahasa Arab, di Prodi Bahasa Arab kita juga bisa belajar bagaimana menjadi guide dan praktik langsung di dunia usaha.
Nah, udah tahu apa aja yang ada di FIUMM? Yuk, buruan join!
Halo teman-teman semua, hari ini aku bersama Ica dan juga Nisam akan mengajak kalian semua untuk berkenalan langsung dengan Fakultas Agama Islam Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang.
Mau tahu apa aja yang ada di FIUMM?
Yuk langsung ikutin kita!
Tahu nggak sih teman-teman kalau Fakultas Agama Islam itu salah satu fakultas tertua loh di UMM? Nah, Fakultas Agama Islam sendiri mempunyai visi untuk menjadi fakultas yang terkemuka dalam pengembangan dan pengamalan ilmu-ilmu keislaman di tingkat internasional pada tahun 2030.
Teman-teman tahu nggak sih Fakultas Agama Islam mempunyai 4 program studi, yang masing-masing program studinya memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang dalam proses akademik. Yuk kita telusuri.
Nah, Prodi PAI ini menjadi salah satu prodi awal ketika Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang didirikan dengan nama Jurusan Pendidikan Agama. Prodi PAI sejak diberlakukan sistem akreditasi selalu mendapatkan akreditasi A dan saat ini telah terkonversi juga ke peringkat unggul. Untuk menunjang pembelajaran, Prodi PAI dilengkapi dengan laboratorium micro-teaching yang memfasilitasi pelaksanaan praktikum dan magang. Lab micro-teaching juga mendukung pembelajaran hybrid. Klik Mengajar, salah satu sarana belajar mahasiswa berbasis web dihadirkan untuk memudahkan mahasiswa. Berbagai informasi dan media pembelajaran dapat diakses di dalam aplikasi ini, sehingga mahasiswa dapat belajar di mana saja dan kapan saja.
Prodi yang selanjutnya adalah Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam. Prodi yang satu ini juga sudah terakreditasi A loh teman-teman. Selain itu, prodi ini juga sudah mempunyai fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti ruang sidang semu. Biasanya, ruangan ini digunakan untuk membantu mahasiswanya dalam melakukan praktek beracara di persidangan yang bertujuan untuk menunjang kompetensi bagi lulusan-lulusannya. Ada juga ruangan advokat di mana mahasiswa dapat mempraktekkan bagaimana cara memberikan konsultasi hukum sebagai seorang advokat. Oh iya, mahasiswanya juga melakukan praktek akad nikah loh teman-teman, sebagai salah satu praktek dari mata kuliahnya. Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam juga mempunyai alat astrofotografi untuk menunjang salah satu praktek mata kuliahnya yaitu ilmu falak. Alat ini digunakan untuk mempelajari tentang perputaran benda langit dalam menentukan awal bulan Komariah.
Program studi selanjutnya adalah Ekonomi Syariah. Program studi ini berdiri sejak tahun 2012 loh teman-teman. Dan prodi ini mempunyai konsentrasi peminatan di bidang keuangan syariah, akuntansi syariah, dan manajemen syariah. Visi Ekonomi Syariah menjadi program studi terkemuka tingkat nasional tahun 2030 dalam mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam. Misi Ekonomi Syariah menyelenggarakan pendidikan ekonomi syariah jenjang strata 1 berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam, mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi syariah berbasis riset, melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam ilmu ekonomi syariah yang dapat menunjang kualitas pendidikan dan pembelajaran, serta mengembangkan kerjasama dengan pihak lain yang saling menguntungkan dalam pengembangan ilmu ekonomi syariah. Alumni-alumni Prodi Ekonomi Syariah juga telah diterima di berbagai instansi seperti instansi pemerintahan, BUMN dan perusahaan nasional serta internasional, dan banyak juga yang telah berkarir mandiri di bisnis startup. Prodi ini juga sudah memfasilitasi bagi mahasiswa yang melakukan penelitian dengan menyediakan jurnal yang sudah terakreditasi Sinta 2. Nah, yang terakhir nih teman-teman, ada program studi pendidikan bahasa Arab. Program studi ini didirikan pada tahun 2014. Prodi ini mempunyai tujuan untuk memberikan solusi terhadap berbagai persoalan pengembangan pembelajaran bahasa Arab di Indonesia. Program studi ini juga sudah dilengkapi dengan fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti laboratorium komputer, yang dapat digunakan mahasiswa untuk merancang media pembelajaran. Lalu, laboratorium bahasa Arab yang digunakan mahasiswanya untuk melatih kemahiran dalam berbahasa Arab sehari-hari. Selain belajar tentang kebahasaan dan pendidikan bahasa Arab, di Prodi Bahasa Arab kita juga bisa belajar bagaimana menjadi guide dan praktik langsung di dunia usaha.
Nah, udah tahu apa aja yang ada di FIUMM? Yuk, buruan join!
Hari ini aku bersama Ica dan juga Nisam akan mengajak kalian semua untuk berkenalan langsung dengan Fakultas Agama Islam Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang.
Mau tahu apa aja yang ada di FAI UMM?
Yuk langsung ikutin kita.
Tahu nggak sih teman-teman kalau Fakultas Agama Islam itu salah satu fakultas tertua loh di UMM? Nah, Fakultas Agama Islam sendiri mempunyai visi untuk menjadi fakultas yang terkemuka dalam pengembangan dan pengamalan ilmu-ilmu keislaman di tingkat internasional pada tahun 2030.
Teman-teman tahu nggak sih, Fakultas Agama Islam mempunyai 4 program studi, yang masing-masing program studinya memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas menunjang dalam proses akademik. Yuk kita telusuri.
Nah, Prodi PAI ini menjadi salah satu prodi awal ketika Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang didirikan dengan nama Jurusan Pendidikan Agama. Prodi PAI sejak diberlakukan sistem akreditasi selalu mendapatkan akreditasi A dan saat ini telah terkonversi juga ke peringkat unggul. Untuk menunjang pembelajaran, Prodi PAI dilengkapi dengan laboratorium microteaching yang memfasilitasi pelaksanaan praktikum dan magang. Lab microteaching juga mendukung pembelajaran hybrid. Klik Mengajar, salah satu sarana belajar mahasiswa berbasis web dihadirkan untuk memudahkan mahasiswa. Berbagai informasi dan media pembelajaran dapat diakses di dalam aplikasi ini, sehingga mahasiswa dapat belajar di mana saja dan kapan saja.
Prodi yang selanjutnya adalah Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam. Prodi yang satu ini juga sudah terakreditasi A loh teman-teman. Selain itu, prodi ini juga sudah mempunyai fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti ruang sidang semu. Biasanya, ruangan ini digunakan untuk membantu mahasiswanya dalam melakukan praktek beracara di persidangan yang bertujuan untuk menunjang kompetensi bagi lulusan-lulusannya. Ada juga ruangan advokat di mana mahasiswa dapat mempraktekkan bagaimana cara memberikan konsultasi hukum sebagai seorang advokat. Oh iya, mahasiswanya juga melakukan praktek akad nikah loh teman-teman, sebagai salah satu praktek dari mata kuliahnya. Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam juga mempunyai alat astrofotografi untuk menunjang salah satu praktek mata kuliahnya yaitu ilmu falak. Alat ini digunakan untuk mempelajari tentang perputaran benda langit dalam menentukan awal bulan Komariah.
Program studi selanjutnya adalah Ekonomi Syariah. Program studi ini berdiri sejak tahun 2012 loh teman-teman. Dan prodi ini mempunyai konsentrasi peminatan di bidang keuangan syariah, akuntansi syariah, dan manajemen syariah. Visi Ekonomi Syariah menjadi program studi terkemuka tingkat nasional tahun 2030 dalam mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam. Misi Ekonomi Syariah menyelenggarakan pendidikan ekonomi syariah jenjang strata 1 berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam, mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi syariah berbasis riset, melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam ilmu ekonomi syariah yang dapat menunjang kualitas pendidikan dan pembelajaran, serta mengembangkan kerjasama dengan pihak lain yang saling menguntungkan dalam pengembangan ilmu ekonomi syariah. Alumni-alumni Prodi Ekonomi Syariah juga telah diterima di berbagai instansi seperti instansi pemerintahan, BUMN dan perusahaan nasional serta internasional, dan banyak juga yang telah berkarir mandiri di bisnis startup. Prodi ini juga sudah memfasilitasi bagi mahasiswa yang melakukan penelitian dengan menyediakan jurnal yang sudah terakreditasi Sinta 2. Nah, yang terakhir nih teman-teman, ada program studi pendidikan bahasa Arab. Program studi ini didirikan pada tahun 2014. Prodi ini mempunyai tujuan untuk memberikan solusi terhadap berbagai persoalan pengembangan pembelajaran bahasa Arab di Indonesia. Program studi ini juga sudah dilengkapi dengan fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti laboratorium komputer. yang dapat digunakan mahasiswa untuk merancang media pembelajaran. Lalu, laboratorium bahasa Arab yang digunakan mahasiswanya untuk melatih kemahiran dalam berbahasa Arab sehari-hari. Selain belajar tentang kebahasaan dan pendidikan bahasa Arab, di Prodi Bahasa Arab kita juga bisa belajar bagaimana menjadi guide dan praktik langsung di dunia usaha.
Nah, udah tahu apa aja yang ada di FIUMM? Yuk, buruan join!
Manusia di atas teknologi. Semua inovasi bersumber dari manusia. Sedangkan sumber daya manusia yang unggul berawal dari pendidikan dan guru yang profesional. Dan masa depan bermula dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kota tempatmu tinggal? Kota sebelum kamu memulai masa depan yang kamu impikan. Kota pendidikan yang sejuk dengan sejuta keindahan yang menawarkan berbagai kesempatan untuk memulai mimpimu. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kampusmu? Kampus Islam terbaik dunia. Dengan berbagai rekognisi yang akan menginspirasimu untuk tumbuh dan menjadi bagian dari revolusi di masa depan. Bagaimana jika ini adalah fakultasmu? Fakultas terkemuka dengan 7 pilihan program studi yang memiliki sejarah panjang dan kontribusi nyata dalam dunia pendidikan. Tempatmu belajar dan melihat dunia dengan perspektif yang berbeda. Dan ini adalah kelasmu, kelas yang tanpa sekat ruang dan waktu. Kamu akan bertemu dengan mereka, berkolaborasi, dan mengatasi tantangan-tantangan ke depan. Kamu akan bertemu dengan dosen inspiratif yang membawamu berpetualang memperluas cakrawala dengan tetap berpegang pada nilai-nilai keislaman. Mengubah passion menjadi penelitian yang memberikan jawaban berbagai permasalahan, mendorongmu hadir di tengah mereka yang membutuhkan. Dan ini adalah kelas pilihanmu. Dengan jas merahmu, kamu akan berkolaborasi dengan mereka dalam menyelami ilmu pengetahuan secara merdeka. Bagaimana jika ini adalah frame yang akan berisi potret dirimu? Bergabung bersama deretan potret senyum kemenangan menjadi kebanggaan. Ini adalah wajah-wajah yang akan kamu temui kelak. Wajah-wajah penuh harapan yang menjanjikan gemilang Indonesia. Dan kamu menjadi bagian di dalamnya. Ini adalah titik balik dalam kehidupanmu. Disinilah mimpimu akan terwujud. Mulailah sebagai generasi pembaharu. Join FKIP UMM, Reach Your Bright Future.
Teman-teman semua, hari ini aku bersama Ica dan juga Nisam akan mengajak kalian semua untuk berkenalan langsung dengan Fakultas Agama Islam Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang.
Mau tahu apa aja yang ada di FAI UMM?
Yuk langsung ikutin kita.
Tahu nggak sih teman-teman kalau Fakultas Agama Islam itu salah satu fakultas tertua loh di UMM? Nah, Fakultas Agama Islam sendiri mempunyai visi untuk menjadi fakultas yang terkemuka dalam pengembangan dan pengamalan ilmu-ilmu keislaman di tingkat internasional pada tahun 2030.
Teman-teman tahu nggak sih, Fakultas Agama Islam mempunyai 4 program studi, yang masing-masing program studinya memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas menunjang dalam proses akademik. Yuk kita telusurin.
Nah, Prodi PAI ini menjadi salah satu prodi awal ketika Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang didirikan dengan nama Jurusan Pendidikan Agama. Prodi PAI sejak diberlakukan sistem akreditasi selalu mendapatkan akreditasi A dan saat ini telah terkonversi juga ke peringkat unggul. Untuk menunjang pembelajaran, Prodi PAI dilengkapi dengan laboratorium microteaching yang memfasilitasi pelaksanaan praktikum dan magang. Lab microteaching juga mendukung pembelajaran hybrid. Klik Mengajar, salah satu sarana belajar mahasiswa berbasis web dihadirkan untuk memudahkan mahasiswa. Berbagai informasi dan media pembelajaran dapat diakses di dalam aplikasi ini, sehingga mahasiswa dapat belajar di mana saja dan kapan saja.
Prodi yang selanjutnya adalah Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam. Prodi yang satu ini juga sudah terakreditasi A loh teman-teman. Selain itu, prodi ini juga sudah mempunyai fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti ruang sidang semu. Biasanya, ruangan ini digunakan untuk membantu mahasiswanya dalam melakukan praktek beracara di persidangan yang bertujuan untuk menunjang kompetensi bagi lulusan-lulusannya. Ada juga ruangan advokat di mana mahasiswa dapat mempraktekkan bagaimana cara memberikan konsultasi hukum sebagai seorang advokat. Oh iya, mahasiswanya juga melakukan praktek akad nikah loh teman-teman, sebagai salah satu praktek dari mata kuliahnya. Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam juga mempunyai alat astrofotografi untuk menunjang salah satu praktek mata kuliahnya yaitu ilmu falak. Alat ini digunakan untuk mempelajari tentang perputaran benda langit dalam menentukan awal bulan Komariah.
Program studi selanjutnya adalah Ekonomi Syariah. Program studi ini berdiri sejak tahun 2012 loh teman-teman. Dan prodi ini mempunyai konsentrasi peminatan di bidang keuangan syariah, akuntansi syariah, dan manajemen syariah. Visi Ekonomi Syariah menjadi program studi terkemuka tingkat nasional tahun 2030 dalam mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam. Misi Ekonomi Syariah menyelenggarakan pendidikan ekonomi syariah jenjang strata 1 berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam, mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi syariah berbasis riset, melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam ilmu ekonomi syariah yang dapat menunjang kualitas pendidikan dan pembelajaran, serta mengembangkan kerjasama dengan pihak lain yang saling menguntungkan dalam pengembangan ilmu ekonomi syariah. Alumni-alumni Prodi Ekonomi Syariah juga telah diterima di berbagai instansi seperti instansi pemerintahan, BUMN dan perusahaan nasional serta internasional, dan banyak juga yang telah berkarir mandiri di bisnis startup. Prodi ini juga sudah memfasilitasi bagi mahasiswa yang melakukan penelitian dengan menyediakan jurnal yang sudah terakreditasi Sinta 2. Nah, yang terakhir nih teman-teman, ada program studi pendidikan bahasa Arab. Program studi ini didirikan pada tahun 2014. Prodi ini mempunyai tujuan untuk memberikan solusi terhadap berbagai persoalan pengembangan pembelajaran bahasa Arab di Indonesia. Program studi ini juga sudah dilengkapi dengan fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti laboratorium komputer, yang dapat digunakan mahasiswa untuk merancang media pembelajaran. Lalu, laboratorium bahasa Arab yang digunakan mahasiswanya untuk melatih kemahiran dalam berbahasa Arab sehari-hari. Selain belajar tentang kebahasaan dan pendidikan bahasa Arab, di Prodi Bahasa Arab kita juga bisa belajar bagaimana menjadi guide dan praktik langsung di dunia usaha.
Nah, udah tahu apa aja yang ada di FIUMM? Yuk, buruan join!
Manusia di atas teknologi. Semua inovasi bersumber dari manusia. Sedangkan sumber daya manusia yang unggul berawal dari pendidikan dan guru yang profesional. Dan masa depan bermula dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kota tempatmu tinggal? Kota sebelum kamu memulai masa depan yang kamu impikan. Kota pendidikan yang sejuk dengan sejuta keindahan yang menawarkan berbagai kesempatan untuk memulai mimpimu. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kampusmu? Kampus Islam terbaik dunia. Dengan berbagai rekognisi yang akan menginspirasimu untuk tumbuh dan menjadi bagian dari revolusi di masa depan. Bagaimana jika ini adalah fakultasmu? Fakultas terkemuka dengan 7 pilihan program studi yang memiliki sejarah panjang dan kontribusi nyata dalam dunia pendidikan. Tempatmu belajar dan melihat dunia dengan perspektif yang berbeda. Dan ini adalah kelasmu, kelas yang tanpa sekat ruang dan waktu. Kamu akan bertemu dengan mereka, berkolaborasi, dan mengatasi tantangan-tantangan ke depan. Kamu akan bertemu dengan dosen inspiratif yang membawamu berpetualang memperluas cakrawala dengan tetap berpegang pada nilai-nilai keislaman. Mengubah passion menjadi penelitian yang memberikan jawaban berbagai permasalahan, mendorongmu hadir di tengah mereka yang membutuhkan. Dan ini adalah kelas pilihanmu. Dengan jas merahmu, kamu akan berkolaborasi dengan mereka dalam menyelami ilmu pengetahuan secara merdeka. Bagaimana jika ini adalah frame yang akan berisi potret dirimu? Bergabung bersama deretan potret senyum kemenangan menjadi kebanggaan. Ini adalah wajah-wajah yang akan kamu temui kelak. Wajah-wajah penuh harapan yang menjanjikan gemilang Indonesia. Dan kamu menjadi bagian di dalamnya. Ini adalah titik balik dalam kehidupanmu. Disinilah mimpimu akan terwujud. Mulailah sebagai generasi pembaharu. Join FKIP UMM, Reach Your Bright Future.
Teman-teman semua, hari ini aku bersama Ica dan juga Nisam akan mengajak kalian semua untuk berkenalan langsung dengan Fakultas Agama Islam Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang.
Mau tahu apa aja yang ada di FIUMM?
Yuk langsung ikutin kita!
Tahu nggak sih teman-teman kalau Fakultas Agama Islam itu salah satu fakultas tertua loh di UMM? Nah, Fakultas Agama Islam sendiri mempunyai visi untuk menjadi fakultas yang terkemuka dalam pengembangan dan pengamalan ilmu-ilmu keislaman di tingkat internasional pada tahun 2030.
Teman-teman tahu nggak sih, Fakultas Agama Islam mempunyai 4 program studi, yang masing-masing program studinya memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang dalam proses akademik. Yuk kita telusurin!
Nah, Prodi PAI ini menjadi salah satu prodi awal ketika Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang didirikan dengan nama Jurusan Pendidikan Agama. Prodi PAI sejak diberlakukan sistem akreditasi selalu mendapatkan akreditasi A dan saat ini telah terkonversi juga ke peringkat unggul. Untuk menunjang pembelajaran, Prodi PAI dilengkapi dengan laboratorium microteaching yang memfasilitasi pelaksanaan praktikum dan magang. Lab microteaching juga mendukung pembelajaran hybrid. Klik Mengajar, salah satu sarana belajar mahasiswa berbasis web dihadirkan untuk memudahkan mahasiswa. Berbagai informasi dan media pembelajaran dapat diakses di dalam aplikasi ini, sehingga mahasiswa dapat belajar di mana saja dan kapan saja.
Prodi yang selanjutnya adalah Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam. Prodi yang satu ini juga sudah terakreditasi A loh teman-teman. Selain itu, prodi ini juga sudah mempunyai fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti ruang sidang semu. Biasanya, ruangan ini digunakan untuk membantu mahasiswanya dalam melakukan praktek beracara di persidangan yang bertujuan untuk menunjang kompetensi bagi lulusan-lulusannya. Ada juga ruangan advokat di mana mahasiswa dapat mempraktekkan bagaimana cara memberikan konsultasi hukum sebagai seorang advokat. Oh iya, mahasiswanya juga melakukan praktek akad nikah loh teman-teman, sebagai salah satu praktek dari mata kuliahnya. Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam juga mempunyai alat astrofotografi untuk menunjang salah satu praktek mata kuliahnya yaitu ilmu falak. Alat ini digunakan untuk mempelajari tentang perputaran benda langit dalam menentukan awal bulan Komariah.
Program studi selanjutnya adalah Ekonomi Syariah. Program studi ini berdiri sejak tahun 2012 loh teman-teman. Dan prodi ini mempunyai konsentrasi peminatan di bidang keuangan syariah, akuntansi syariah, dan manajemen syariah. Visi Ekonomi Syariah menjadi program studi terkemuka tingkat nasional tahun 2030 dalam mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam. Misi Ekonomi Syariah menyelenggarakan pendidikan ekonomi syariah jenjang strata 1 berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam, mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi syariah berbasis riset, melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam ilmu ekonomi syariah yang dapat menunjang kualitas pendidikan dan pembelajaran, serta mengembangkan kerjasama dengan pihak lain yang saling menguntungkan dalam pengembangan ilmu ekonomi syariah. Alumni-alumni Prodi Ekonomi Syariah juga telah diterima di berbagai instansi seperti instansi pemerintahan, BUMN dan perusahaan nasional serta internasional, dan banyak juga yang telah berkarir mandiri di bisnis startup. Prodi ini juga sudah memfasilitasi bagi mahasiswa yang melakukan penelitian dengan menyediakan jurnal yang sudah terakreditasi Sinta 2. Nah, yang terakhir nih teman-teman, ada program studi pendidikan bahasa Arab. Program studi ini didirikan pada tahun 2014. Prodi ini mempunyai tujuan untuk memberikan solusi terhadap berbagai persoalan pengembangan pembelajaran bahasa Arab di Indonesia. Program studi ini juga sudah dilengkapi dengan fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti laboratorium komputer, yang dapat digunakan mahasiswa untuk merancang media pembelajaran. Lalu, laboratorium bahasa Arab yang digunakan mahasiswanya untuk melatih kemahiran dalam berbahasa Arab sehari-hari. Selain belajar tentang kebahasaan dan pendidikan bahasa Arab, di Prodi Bahasa Arab kita juga bisa belajar bagaimana menjadi guide dan praktik langsung di dunia usaha.
Nah, udah tahu apa aja yang ada di FIUMM? Yuk, buruan join!
Manusia di atas teknologi. Semua inovasi bersumber dari manusia. Sedangkan sumber daya manusia yang unggul berawal dari pendidikan dan guru yang profesional. Dan masa depan bermula dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kota tempatmu tinggal? Kota sebelum kamu memulai masa depan yang kamu impikan. Kota pendidikan yang sejuk dengan sejuta keindahan yang menawarkan berbagai kesempatan untuk memulai mimpimu. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kampusmu? Kampus Islam terbaik dunia. Dengan berbagai rekognisi yang akan menginspirasimu untuk tumbuh dan menjadi bagian dari revolusi di masa depan. Bagaimana jika ini adalah fakultasmu? Fakultas terkemuka dengan 7 pilihan program studi yang memiliki sejarah panjang dan kontribusi nyata dalam dunia pendidikan. Tempatmu belajar dan melihat dunia dengan perspektif yang berbeda. Dan ini adalah kelasmu, kelas yang tanpa sekat ruang dan waktu. Kamu akan bertemu dengan mereka, berkolaborasi, dan mengatasi tantangan-tantangan ke depan. Kamu akan bertemu dengan dosen inspiratif yang membawamu berpetualang memperluas cakrawala dengan tetap berpegang pada nilai-nilai keislaman. Mengubah passion menjadi penelitian yang memberikan jawaban berbagai permasalahan. Mendorongmu hadir di tengah mereka yang membutuhkan. Dan ini adalah kelas pilihanmu. Dengan jas merahmu, kamu akan berkolaborasi dengan mereka dalam menyelami ilmu pengetahuan secara merdeka. Bagaimana jika ini adalah frame yang akan berisi potret dirimu? Bergabung bersama deretan potret senyum kemenangan menjadi kebanggaan. Ini adalah wajah-wajah yang akan kamu temui kelak. Wajah-wajah penuh harapan yang menjanjikan gemilang Indonesia. Dan kamu menjadi bagian di dalamnya. Ini adalah titik balik dalam kehidupanmu. Disinilah mimpimu akan terwujud. Mulailah sebagai generasi pembaharu. Join FKIP UMM, Reach Your Bright Future.
Teman-teman semua, hari ini aku bersama Ica dan juga Nisam akan mengajak kalian semua untuk berkenalan langsung dengan Fakultas Agama Islam Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang.
Mau tahu apa aja yang ada di FIUMM?
Yuk langsung ikutin kita!
Tahu nggak sih teman-teman kalau Fakultas Agama Islam itu salah satu fakultas tertua loh di UMM? Nah, Fakultas Agama Islam sendiri mempunyai visi untuk menjadi fakultas yang terkemuka dalam pengembangan dan pengamalan ilmu-ilmu keislaman di tingkat internasional pada tahun 2030.
Teman-teman tahu nggak sih, Fakultas Agama Islam mempunyai 4 program studi, yang masing-masing program studinya memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas menunjang dalam proses akademik. Yuk kita telusuri.
Nah, Prodi PAI ini menjadi salah satu prodi awal ketika Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang didirikan dengan nama Jurusan Pendidikan Agama. Prodi PAI sejak diberlakukan sistem akreditasi selalu mendapatkan akreditasi A dan saat ini telah terkonversi juga ke peringkat unggul. Untuk menunjang pembelajaran, Prodi PAI dilengkapi dengan laboratorium microteaching yang memfasilitasi pelaksanaan praktikum dan magang. Lab microteaching juga mendukung pembelajaran hybrid. Klik Mengajar, salah satu sarana belajar mahasiswa berbasis web dihadirkan untuk memudahkan mahasiswa. Berbagai informasi dan media pembelajaran dapat diakses di dalam aplikasi ini, sehingga mahasiswa dapat belajar di mana saja dan kapan saja.
Prodi yang selanjutnya adalah Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam. Prodi yang satu ini juga sudah terakreditasi A loh teman-teman. Selain itu, prodi ini juga sudah mempunyai fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti ruang sidang semu. Biasanya, ruangan ini digunakan untuk membantu mahasiswanya dalam melakukan praktek beracara di persidangan yang bertujuan untuk menunjang kompetensi bagi lulusan-lulusannya. Ada juga ruangan advokat di mana mahasiswa dapat mempraktekkan bagaimana cara memberikan konsultasi hukum sebagai seorang advokat. Oh iya, mahasiswanya juga melakukan praktek akad nikah loh teman-teman, sebagai salah satu praktek dari mata kuliahnya. Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam juga mempunyai alat astrofotografi untuk menunjang salah satu praktek mata kuliahnya yaitu ilmu falak. Alat ini digunakan untuk mempelajari tentang perputaran benda langit dalam menentukan awal bulan Komariah.
Program studi selanjutnya adalah Ekonomi Syariah. Program studi ini berdiri sejak tahun 2012 loh teman-teman. Dan prodi ini mempunyai konsentrasi peminatan di bidang keuangan syariah, akuntansi syariah, dan manajemen syariah. Visi Ekonomi Syariah menjadi program studi terkemuka tingkat nasional tahun 2030 dalam mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam. Misi Ekonomi Syariah menyelenggarakan pendidikan ekonomi syariah jenjang strata 1 berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam, mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi syariah berbasis riset, melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam ilmu ekonomi syariah yang dapat menunjang kualitas pendidikan dan pembelajaran, serta mengembangkan kerjasama dengan pihak lain yang saling menguntungkan dalam pengembangan ilmu ekonomi syariah. Alumni-alumni Prodi Ekonomi Syariah juga telah diterima di berbagai instansi seperti instansi pemerintahan, BUMN dan perusahaan nasional serta internasional, dan banyak juga yang telah berkarir mandiri di bisnis startup. Prodi ini juga sudah memfasilitasi bagi mahasiswa yang melakukan penelitian dengan menyediakan jurnal yang sudah terakreditasi Sinta 2. Nah, yang terakhir nih teman-teman, ada program studi pendidikan bahasa Arab. Program studi ini didirikan pada tahun 2014. Prodi ini mempunyai tujuan untuk memberikan solusi terhadap berbagai persoalan pengembangan pembelajaran bahasa Arab di Indonesia. Program studi ini juga sudah dilengkapi dengan fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti laboratorium komputer, yang dapat digunakan mahasiswa untuk merancang media pembelajaran. Lalu, laboratorium bahasa Arab yang digunakan mahasiswanya untuk melatih kemahiran dalam berbahasa Arab sehari-hari. Selain belajar tentang kebahasaan dan pendidikan bahasa Arab, di Prodi Bahasa Arab kita juga bisa belajar bagaimana menjadi guide dan praktik langsung di dunia usaha.
Nah, udah tahu apa aja yang ada di FIUMM? Yuk, buruan join!
Manusia di atas teknologi. Semua inovasi bersumber dari manusia. Sedangkan sumber daya manusia yang unggul berawal dari pendidikan dan guru yang profesional. Dan masa depan bermula dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kota tempatmu tinggal? Kota sebelum kamu memulai masa depan yang kamu impikan. Kota pendidikan yang sejuk dengan sejuta keindahan yang menawarkan berbagai kesempatan untuk memulai mimpimu. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kampusmu? Kampus Islam terbaik dunia. Dengan berbagai rekognisi yang akan menginspirasimu untuk tumbuh dan menjadi bagian dari revolusi di masa depan. Bagaimana jika ini adalah fakultasmu? Fakultas terkemuka dengan 7 pilihan program studi yang memiliki sejarah panjang dan kontribusi nyata dalam dunia pendidikan. Tempatmu belajar dan melihat dunia dengan perspektif yang berbeda. Dan ini adalah kelasmu, kelas yang tanpa sekat ruang dan waktu. Kamu akan bertemu dengan mereka, berkolaborasi, dan mengatasi tantangan-tantangan ke depan. Kamu akan bertemu dengan dosen inspiratif yang membawamu berpetualang memperluas cakrawala dengan tetap berpegang pada nilai-nilai keislaman. Mengubah passion menjadi penelitian yang memberikan jawaban berbagai permasalahan. Mendorongmu hadir di tengah mereka yang membutuhkan. Dan ini adalah kelas pilihanmu. Dengan jas merahmu, kamu akan berkolaborasi dengan mereka dalam menyelami ilmu pengetahuan secara merdeka. Bagaimana jika ini adalah frame yang akan berisi potret dirimu? Bergabung bersama deretan potret senyum kemenangan menjadi kebanggaan. Ini adalah wajah-wajah yang akan kamu temui kelak. Wajah-wajah penuh harapan yang menjanjikan gemilang Indonesia. Dan kamu menjadi bagian di dalamnya. Ini adalah titik balik dalam kehidupanmu. Disinilah mimpimu akan terwujud. Mulailah sebagai generasi pembaharu. Join FKIP UMM, Reach Your Bright Future.
Teman-teman semua, hari ini aku bersama Ica dan juga Nisam akan mengajak kalian semua untuk berkenalan langsung dengan Fakultas Agama Islam Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang.
Mau tahu apa aja yang ada di FAI UMM?
Yuk langsung ikutin kita.
Tahu nggak sih teman-teman kalau Fakultas Agama Islam itu salah satu fakultas tertua loh di UMM? Nah, Fakultas Agama Islam sendiri mempunyai visi untuk menjadi fakultas yang terkemuka dalam pengembangan dan pengamalan ilmu-ilmu keislaman di tingkat internasional pada tahun 2030.
Teman-teman tahu nggak sih, Fakultas Agama Islam mempunyai 4 program studi, yang masing-masing program studinya memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas menunjang dalam proses akademik. Yuk kita telusuri.
Nah, Prodi PAI ini menjadi salah satu prodi awal ketika Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang didirikan dengan nama Jurusan Pendidikan Agama. Prodi PAI sejak diberlakukan sistem akreditasi selalu mendapatkan akreditasi A dan saat ini telah terkonversi juga ke peringkat unggul. Untuk menunjang pembelajaran, Prodi PAI dilengkapi dengan laboratorium microteaching yang memfasilitasi pelaksanaan praktikum dan magang. Lab microteaching juga mendukung pembelajaran hybrid. Klik Mengajar, salah satu sarana belajar mahasiswa berbasis web dihadirkan untuk memudahkan mahasiswa. Berbagai informasi dan media pembelajaran dapat diakses di dalam aplikasi ini, sehingga mahasiswa dapat belajar di mana saja dan kapan saja.
selanjutnya adalah Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam. Prodi yang satu ini juga sudah terakreditasi A loh teman-teman. Selain itu, prodi ini juga sudah mempunyai fasilitas-fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti ruang sidang semu. Biasanya, ruangan ini digunakan untuk membantu mahasiswanya dalam melakukan praktek beracara di persidangan yang bertujuan untuk menunjang kompetensi bagi lulusan-lulusannya. Ada juga ruangan advokat di mana mahasiswa dapat mempraktekkan bagaimana cara memberikan konsultasi hukum sebagai seorang advokat. Oh iya, mahasiswanya juga melakukan praktek akad nikah loh teman-teman, sebagai salah satu praktek dari mata kuliahnya. Prodi Hukum Keluarga Islam juga mempunyai alat astrofotografi untuk menunjang salah satu praktek mata kuliahnya yaitu ilmu falak. Alat ini digunakan untuk mempelajari tentang perputaran benda langit dalam menentukan awal bulan Komariah.
Program studi selanjutnya adalah Ekonomi Syariah. Program studi ini berdiri sejak tahun 2012 loh teman-teman. Dan prodi ini mempunyai konsentrasi peminatan di bidang keuangan syariah, akuntansi syariah, dan manajemen syariah. Visi Ekonomi Syariah menjadi program studi terkemuka tingkat nasional tahun 2030 dalam mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam. Misi Ekonomi Syariah menyelenggarakan pendidikan ekonomi syariah jenjang strata 1 berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam, mengembangkan ilmu ekonomi syariah berbasis riset, melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam ilmu ekonomi syariah yang dapat menunjang kualitas pendidikan dan pembelajaran, serta mengembangkan kerjasama dengan pihak lain yang saling menguntungkan dalam pengembangan ilmu ekonomi syariah. Alumni-alumni Prodi Ekonomi Syariah juga telah diterima di berbagai instansi seperti instansi pemerintahan, BUMN dan perusahaan nasional serta internasional, dan banyak juga yang telah berkarir mandiri di bisnis startup. Prodi ini juga sudah memfasilitasi bagi mahasiswa yang melakukan penelitian dengan menyediakan jurnal yang sudah terakreditasi Sinta 2. Nah, yang terakhir nih teman-teman, ada program studi pendidikan bahasa Arab. Program studi ini didirikan pada tahun 2014. Prodi ini mempunyai tujuan untuk memberikan solusi terhadap berbagai persoalan pengembangan pembelajaran bahasa Arab di Indonesia. Program studi ini juga sudah dilengkapi dengan fasilitas penunjang akademik seperti laboratorium komputer, yang dapat digunakan mahasiswa untuk merancang media pembelajaran. Lalu, laboratorium bahasa Arab yang digunakan mahasiswanya untuk melatih kemahiran dalam berbahasa Arab sehari-hari. Selain belajar tentang kebahasaan dan pendidikan bahasa Arab, di Prodi Bahasa Arab kita juga bisa belajar bagaimana menjadi guide dan praktik langsung di dunia usaha.
Nah, udah tahu apa aja yang ada di FIUMM? Yuk, buruan join!
Manusia di atas teknologi. Semua inovasi bersumber dari manusia. Sedangkan sumber daya manusia yang unggul berawal dari pendidikan dan guru yang profesional. Dan masa depan bermula dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kota tempatmu tinggal? Kota sebelum kamu memulai masa depan yang kamu impikan. Kota pendidikan yang sejuk dengan sejuta keindahan yang menawarkan berbagai kesempatan untuk memulai mimpimu. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kampusmu? Kampus Islam terbaik dunia. dengan berbagai rekognisi yang akan menginspirasimu untuk tumbuh dan menjadi bagian dari revolusi di masa depan. Bagaimana jika ini adalah fakultasmu? Fakultas terkemuka dengan 7 pilihan program studi yang memiliki sejarah panjang dan kontribusi nyata dalam dunia pendidikan. Tempatmu belajar dan melihat dunia dengan perspektif yang berbeda. Dan ini adalah kelasmu, kelas yang tanpa sekat ruang dan waktu. Kamu akan bertemu dengan mereka, berkolaborasi, dan mengatasi tantangan-tantangan ke depan. Kamu akan bertemu dengan dosen inspiratif yang membawamu berpetualang memperluas cakrawala dengan tetap berpegang pada nilai-nilai keislaman. Mengubah passion menjadi penelitian yang memberikan jawaban berbagai permasalahan, mendorongmu hadir di tengah mereka yang membutuhkan. Dan ini adalah kelas pilihanmu. Dengan jas merahmu, kamu akan berkolaborasi dengan mereka dalam menyelami ilmu pengetahuan secara merdeka. Bagaimana jika ini adalah frame yang akan berisi potret dirimu? Bergabung bersama deretan potret senyum kemenangan menjadi kebanggaan. Ini adalah wajah-wajah yang akan kamu temui kelak. Wajah-wajah penuh harapan yang menjanjikan gemilang Indonesia. Dan kamu menjadi bagian di dalamnya. Ini adalah titik balik dalam kehidupanmu. Disinilah mimpimu akan terwujud. Mulailah sebagai generasi pembaharu. Join FKIP UMM, Reach Your Bright Future.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the second International Conference on Education. I hope you already enjoy your lunch as well. And today, as I said before, the participants will be divided into 9 breakout rooms. And each person will be given 5 up to 7 minutes for presentation. And for all of the passive participants, you can choose any class you want. So the parallel session will last for approximately 2 hours. The participants are allowed to join the main room for closing ceremony after all the parallel session already finished. So please everyone, you can choose your room in Zoom meeting. Okay, just like the abstract book that you have. So you can open the abstract book that you have and you can choose the room you will join at the session. And for all the passive participants, you can choose any class that you want. Okay, thank you. And see you again in 2 hours ahead.
Really? Okay, it's really
Yeah.
nice then, yeah. So hopefully, Budiani and also the beauty of Korea can inspire us today to have a good discussion. Okay, so actually we are still waiting for the invited speaker, and he's going to join us very soon. So everybody, before we start, I think I need to inform you several things. One is that every session or every presenter will be given around 7 and maximum is 9 minutes presentation. And then after that, there will be question and answer sessions. But if it is too much, we can do, for example, 2 presentations and then question and answer, 2 presentation and then question and answer. But before that, we are going to give the opportunity for the invited speaker to present their paper and also the finding of the research. And then after that, we'll be with your session. Is that fine with you? Okay. So we have Budi and Ekawati and then Bu Fitri. I hope that they can turn on the camera. And for your information, everybody, after today's presentation and also seminar, there will be guided or coaching for your paper to be published in
Assalamualaikum Bapak dan Ibu
CRC,
sekalian.
Taylor and Francis, and it will
Ya,
be
apabila Bapak dan Ibu
conducted
mengalami
on
kesulitan
October,
untuk
and I
bisa
will share you the
bergabung
information
dengan
afterwards, soon
record
after
room,
the session finish.
tinggal chat
And
ke
then
kami,
we
silakan
already provided
chat
the PDF
nomor dan
version
juga
for
nama
that, and you
roomnya
can
ya.
also
Untuk Bapak Ibu
see
yang
the
ingin bergabung,
schedule
pasti
and
partisipan
also the
boleh silakan
materials
memilih
given,
room
so
yang
that
mana boleh.
everybody
Yang
can
ada invited
publish the paper,
speakernya
right?
yaitu room 1 Matematika dan IPA, terus setelah itu room 1 Social Humanities, dan untuk room 1 Pendidikan Agama Islam. Monggo Bapak dan Ibu silakan.
Okay, wait a
Hello Budiani.
How are you, Mr. Fauzi?
I'm fine. And you?
Alhamdulillah, everything's gonna be all right.
Okay. Have you met Opa-Opa in Korea?
Yeah, even though I don't know how to say it. Yeah, it's wonderful here. Actually, it's not only Opa, you know.
Okay.
There are many things, many more interesting compared to that kind of things. Like the beautiful things of the universities exist here. So you can come here. I will wait for you.
Inshallah.
Okay.
So, halo Pak Nurwidodo and Ibu Titik Roh Matin. Hello, can you please turn on your camera? Okay, so welcome Prof. Dwi Priya Utomo. Thank you for your coming. I hope that you can hear my voice clearly, yeah? Okay, can you please check your mic by opening the microphone probably?
Yes, I am.
Okay, very loud and clear. Thank you so much, Bapak. Okay, now I think we can start everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, it's a nice greeting and also warm greeting from University of Muhammadiyah Malang. Thank you for your attendance in our International Conference on Education. And I'm Erlina as the moderator for Room 1. And this is Science Room, yeah? Okay, and without further ado, Professor Dwi Priya Utomo as the invited speaker will present the material. And let me introduce you to Professor Dwi. Professor Dwi Priya Utomo was born in Blitar, 1962, and his expertise is in mathematics education study. And his latest degree was from the State University of Surabaya, and his current research is related to anything related to mathematics, algebra, and then mathematical study of geometry, and then integer, and also another applicative method of mathematics. And today he is going to present education practice in Indonesia, prioritizing competition or collaboration. So it is a question mark. Okay, so this is very interesting. Without further ado, let's welcome Professor Dwi. Time is yours.
Thank you, Miss Early. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of Muhammadiyah University, Associate Professor Fauzan MPD, Vice Rector 1, Professor Samsul Arifin, MSc, Dean of Faculty of Islamic Study, Associate Professor Kozin, Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Associate Professor Dr. Trisakti Andayani, the Honorable Director of LPPI, Dr. Fardini Sabila MPD, and other speaker. I respect the moderator, Mrs. Early, and viewer. Allow me in this seminar to present a simple idea about collaborative practice in education. The title is Educational Practice in Indonesia, Prioritize competition or collaboration. Competition, according to Kamus Besar Bahasa Indonesia, Big Dictionary Indonesian Language, the competition is designed to explore the best potential of students. And the features of competition is the existence of competition between individuals, which then emerges winners and losers. So the principle of competition is win and lose. Win and lose. Next. Example of competition in education are: number one, every year, every student compete for ticket to accepted at their favorite school in their area. Number one, each school competes for the opportunity to become a driving school, sekolah penggerak, or coach school, sekolah pembina. Number three, students in parallel classes are grouped into Olympic class, accelerated class, and regular class. This is done to increase competition in academic fields, not to increase the social skill fields, only academic fields. The negative effect of competition are the winner becomes arrogant. Number two, losers tend to have low self-esteem or depression. Number three, it is possible that there is cheating from its competing parties instead of the spirit of sportsmanship that should be carried in the competition. The principle win and lose, it will actually encourage cheating. The positive effect of competition is students can know and be able to explore self-potential, increase self-confidence, add experience, and train to create harmony if the student in the group. And then collaboration, according to a big dictionary Indonesian language, collaboration is designed to train students to work in groups. By working in group, opportunity to achieve goals will be even greater. The features of collaboration is prioritize cooperation between group members in achieving certain goals. So the principle of collaborative activities is win and win, not win and lose, like competitive competition activity. Examples of collaboration in education are teacher collaboration with other teacher in making lesson plan, arrange question, design learning media, and so on. Number two, the collaboration of teacher and student is also often done to make certain plays or performance. Student collaboration with other students. It is even possible for a school to collaborate with other schools. In the teacher forum, we know KKG, kelompok kerja guru, teacher working group, MGMP, musyawarah guru mata pelajaran, teachers consultation in the field of study, and then K3S, kelompok kerja kepala sekolah, principal working group. Inhibiting factors in collaboration activities are: number one, unclear vision or unclear mission or purpose of the collaboration. Number two, distrust or suspicion between member of group, for example. And then prejudice or negative mindset, member to the other member, and so on. Collaboration supporting factors are: number one, full involvement of all group members. Thus, number two, effective communication between member of group. And then number three, the determination of the role of each group member must be correct. The question based on explanation before is how to combine collaborative activities and competitive activities. The answer, the recommendation are: number one, collaborative activities that promote competition are suitable to be applied in education. There is an element of competition in the corridor of collaboration. The point is how to create collaborative activities that are able to explore the potential of individuals in group, provide experience, practice sportsmanship, grow self-confidence, at the same time as foster responsibility, mutual trust, help each other play the best possible role, seek harmonization in the group. One example is the cooperative learning model. This learning model allows for the achievement of higher academic learning outcomes, more conducive to improving interpersonal relationships, psychologically healthier, increase self-confidence, and increase social skills students. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, a very concise presentation from Prof. Dwi. Thank you so much, Prof. Dwi, for sharing. This is quite interesting topic, yeah. Which one is actually being implemented, whether it is cooperative or collaboration. So what do you think, Bapak Ibu? If you have any questions or probably a little bit of disagreement, it is okay too. You can share your thought to Prof. Dwi. Monggo, Bapak Ibu. You can speak in Bahasa or maybe in English. Yes, Pak Fauzi ya, Pak Ahmad Fauzi, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Erlina. Prof. Dwi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you for your presentation. In your presentation, you explain the importance of collaboration in learning and teaching.
Yeah.
So can we as educator, as lecturers, also do collaborative teaching optimally? Because our workload in our campus is too much. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Fauzi. Pak Prof. Dwi, would you like to answer directly? Monggo, time's yours.
Yeah, actually not easy to create collaborative activities and increase competitive advantages. Yeah. Usually we become better, but become bad. Tidak lebih bagus, malah lebih rusak ya. Oleh karena itu perlu disiapkan perencanaannya sebaik mungkin. Perencanaannya sebaik mungkin, mempertimbangkan akses. Jadi seringkali aksesnya yang keluar, yang diekspektasikan malah meleset. Ini perlu latihan untuk merunning pembelajaran kolaboratif. Cooperative learning model mungkin bisa dicobakan. Masalahnya apakah setiap topik cocok dengan kondisi siswa sedemikian rupa, cocok dan tepat untuk diterapkan cooperative learning model. Terima kasih.
Okay, so Pak Fauzi, what do you think? Does it make sense, or probably you have more applicative way of doing the cooperation between lectures, Pak Fauzi?
Okay, thank you, Prof. So because our workload is too much, maybe we as a lecturer must doing a collaborative teaching step by step, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you, Prof.
Yes.
Yeah, as suggested, with the good planning, Prof. Dwi, suggest us to do a good planning before we do the collaborative teaching. Okay, thank you, Pak Fauzi. So another question, probably directed to Prof. Dwi. Any more question?
From Korea.
From Korea, yeah, Budiani.
Ya,
Thank you so much for the opportunity given. Well, actually, this is a really interesting topic to be discussed among the teachers, I think. And the things is, as you mentioned before, that two sides of negative and positive things that we just addressed for what was that competitive things which may occur among the students and even the teachers as well. So actually, I'm wondering about what kind of, is there any kind of systems that we need to provide before we running this kind of was that effort to make the competition between, to make a competition or maybe collaborative learning among both teachers and also students? Is that kind of systems that we need to build before we running this kind of effort? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Briani. Monggo, Prof. Tri, if you...
Ya, selamat Bu Diani, sudah di abroad. Now you are
in South Korea.
Korea, South Korea.
Thank you, yes, sir.
Lebih cocok ini berbagi pengalaman ya Bu Diani. Jadi seringkali kompetisi diutamakan dalam praktek dengan melupakan atau dengan tidak mewaspadai ekses yang bisa terjadi. Saya ingin ingin mewakili siswa-siswa yang ada di kelas, di kelompok reguler kelas. Suatu ketika guru reguler bercengkrama dengan guru Olimpik kelas, terungkap keluh kesah guru reguler, betapa sulitnya menjelaskan kepada siswa, didengar oleh siswa reguler. Pasti ini menyakitkan. Bayarnya sama. Gurunya diberi guru yang itu misalnya. Jadi bayarnya sama, sekolahnya sama, mengapa guru berkeluh kesah semacam itu? Belum lagi perilaku anak-anak olimpiad kelas atau kelas unggulan itu seringkali nyinyir dan memandang rendah. Ini tentu secara psikologi tidak sehat, menyakitkan. Gegara ingin kompetisi bisa sengit, kompetisi yang sengit antar siswa yang kualifikasinya sama gitu ya. Nah, ini tentu membuat mereka sakit hati. Apa yang mungkin dipikirkan oleh mereka, suatu saat saya akan menjadi juragan karena saya ulet, saya hemat. Suatu saat saya akan merekrut anak-anak pandai itu menjadi anak buah saya. Kalau salah mereka akan saya pecat suatu saat nanti. Gitu. Jadi akibat kompetisi, penelitian menunjukkan bahwa siswa lebih bahagia cerita sama orang tuanya ketika temannya juara olahraga atau juara nyanyi. Tapi tentu mereka tidak senang atau tidak tertarik untuk cerita tentang temannya yang pintar. Itu hasil penelitian. Jadi sebenarnya kompetisi boleh gitu ya. Kompetisi boleh, harus ada, tetapi kemasannya harus benar. Harus memperhitungkan social skill, kesehatan psikologis belajar menghindari siswa rendah diri, inferioritas dan lain sebagainya. Itu yang saya kira sampai sekarang masih ada. Dan dengan bangganya orang tua dengan putranya yang ada di kelas unggulan, anakku di kelas unggulan, pintar gitu ya. Anakmu di kelas reguler ya. Thank you.
So basically the system should be set clearly, not to boost more competition and not to boost unhappy feeling from the student. Okay, thank you, Prof. And I would like to, this is the committee's message for Prof. Dwi, and I would like to share the certificate conferral for Prof. Dwi, and later on we can also send the certificate to Prof. Dwi in person, yeah. So this is.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. So everybody, Prof. Dwi will stay with us throughout the session, and we will have the I think panel. Yeah, we will panel the discussions because there are plenty of people here, and each person will have around 7 minutes presentation. We will start from Pak Ahmad Fauzi, and then go to Ibu Hani, and later after Bu Hani will be Bu Diani, and after that we will continue to the second panel. Okay, Pak Fauzi, Bu Hani, and also Bu Diani, are you ready with your presentation?
Maybe Puhani not as presenter, maybe.
Oh no.
She
Okay.
just participating in this
Oh
group.
yeah. Can you please rename everybody? Rename with, for example, if you are participant, and then rename with Hani participants. And if you are presenter, you can rename with Hani and then presenter. Okay, so that I know who is going to be presenting or only listening or watching the presentation. Okay, so Pak Fauzi then, yeah? Okay, go ahead. Time is yours, 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Wait a minute. Okay, can you see my screen?
We can, but yeah, now it's okay. Now it's very clear.
Okay, thank you. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, our title is Fluctuating Learning Outcomes of Biology Student at Middle Tennessee State University, United States of America, before the pandemic to the present. My team is our Prof. Siti Nur Hidayati from Middle Tennessee State University, Bu Eli Purwanti from Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang, and I, Ahmad Fauzi from Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. This is our introduction. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected various sectors of human life, including the education sector. To minimize the rate of the transmission of COVID-19, health protocols are applied in all daily activities, and everyone is expected to keep their distance. So, facing this condition, learning activities have undergone dramatic changes from face-to-face learning to distance learning activities. Online learning is the best alternative in designing this distance learning in today's digital era. Unfortunately, online learning raises other problems in various countries. Because if we implement and design distance learning, we must have competence or skill or literacy to use digital information technology. Several studies were conducted to have identified the quality until the student respond to online learning. But however, until now, there are no studies, or maybe there are some studies that analyze the fluctuation of learning outcome from student, especially from higher education student, from before pandemic until post-pandemic era. Okay, this is our method. This documentation study aimed to analyze changes in student learning outcomes from before to after the pandemic. The subject of this study were students of MTSU, United States of America. The document analyzed was documents recapitulation of biology students' grades from 2017, to 2022. The average final grade in each year was calculated and then compared with each other. A line graph was used to visualize the findings obtained. Okay, this is our findings. Based on this figure, we can see the learning outcome from biology student in MTSU were fluctuated, but there are no a certain trend. If COVID pandemic affect the learning outcome, the graph will be like tapal kuda, ya. But if we see this figure, there are no trend like that. Okay, this is our discussion. In these challenges times due to the pandemic, MTSU reaffirmed its commitment to maintaining quality in its academic programs and service, maximizing options for study and work, and minimizing risk to the health of students, faculty, staff, and society. Like most universities, in March 2020, all courses at MTSU switched to distance teaching and learning to slow the spread of the virus, like in our campus, Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Prior to the pandemic, the campus had provided Brightspace, which is a learning management system, and if in our campus we use Elmu, ya. During the pandemic, besides Brightspace, the campus also provides Zooms and Panopto, which are compatible with Brightspace. Meanwhile, other homework assignments such as writing papers, discussion, and discussing current issues can be collected via Dropbox. Entering the new academic year, lecturers are divided based on the maximum number of students in each class and the level and topic. In the hybrid learning or blended learning, instruction is a combination of in-person and online. Face-to-face class content should be recorded or notes provided for students who are unable to attend class due to illness. Okay, this is our conclusion and closing statement. The findings of this study indicate that COVID-19 pandemic does not have a dramatic effect on student learning outcomes at MTSU. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought up new problems and challenges in the education field. Although there are various obstacles and limitations, online learning is the best alternative for learning in the pandemic era. However, with clear policies and rules, and with careful preparation, distance and hybrid learning can still create optimal lecturers. Okay, thank you. This is our presentation.
Wow, this is amazing. I think it is a bit different, yeah, but Fauzi, from Indonesian context. We see the pandemic as a very monstrous or probably dramatic change, yeah. While study shows that actually in US it doesn't have to be like that, yeah. So probably we will discuss later in our discussion. So let me invite Budiani as the second panel. Would you like to present your paper, Budiani?
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. Okay then. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity given to me and my team to present this paper. So my paper entitled Biotechnology Hands-on Activity Concepts, Is It Easy to Conquer? This paper was written by me, Diani Fatmawati, and my team, RC. So we are from the same department in Kyunghee University. And also, actually, I am from UMN as well. And my friend is from Central Paikal State University of Agriculture, Philippines. So the background of our study was actually laboratory work concept and competency is really crucial skills that need to be achieved by biology student, and of course it's supposed to be mastered by their teacher will be.
And yet, biotechnology is recognized as an abstract concept, as it is sometimes discussed about molecular pathways, which can be only comprehended by hands-on activity and observation in a laboratory. So, to provide a good learning design for the teacher or instructor, and maybe also the lecturers for their student, it is really important to know about their knowledge about these things. So that's the background that undergirding our research. So the method is really simple. Actually, it's a survey research, and we employed about 71 students, which is comprised 14 males and 57 female students from biology education department of UMM. And the data gained were analyzed using descriptive statistic and Kruskal-Wallis as, I'm sorry, it's a typo. I will be complained by Mr. Fauzi. So it's a Kruskal-Wallis test as the data was not distributed normally. So yeah, we used that test. So the instruments was also really simple. I used the test, which is served some items. So it's the items. I mean the cases was like about how they manage their laboratory work, focusing on biotechnology. So the way they prepare the solutions, that they need to analyze the DNA and also until the PCR lab work. So mostly the questions were related to error analysis to ensure that their knowledge about the biotechnology lab work was fine. So the findings, I'm sorry, I I didn't mention each item, so I just give this one number 1A is a reasoning, because I asked the students to analyze whether what actually the error things that have been done by the laborant to make like a solution, and how to make these mistakes can be corrected, and they can proceed the next procedure to isolate the DNA. And then what actually the formula in case that the laborant already get the isolate of the DNA, and then the calculation, how they calculate by using the formula that they already decide to use to calculate the quantity of the DNA of isolated. And then the next will be the error analysis that's related to PCR things. But still here, we can see that for the reasoning, okay, they know what actually the mistake made by the laborant. They can say what actually the reason, but to determine the solution, they cannot do that. So and also here in number 1C, I need them to write down the formula that they can use to make a solution, but still, even if they can mention the formula, but they cannot calculate how to calculate the number of the materials that they are going to make. So that's really serious things that I found. And the calculation error analysis, again, that's related to PCR thing, but still they cannot find what actually the error made by the laborant. Reasoning, actually they can give the reason. But still I do not know whether the reason is really came from their comprehension or just memorizing thing, but still they can give the reason, and still the formula they can still determining the formula for the PCR thing. It's still because that's the higher level of the analysis in the laboratorium. So I know maybe it's still really abstract for them. So the zero student who can determine the formula as well. Okay, then. The findings, as I told you, that the normality test was the data was didn't distribute it normally, weren't distributed normally. So I just used this cross-correlates, and based on the academic level, actually they have like a different, significant difference compared to those who have a low level, fair level, and high level of academic, their academic. But based on the gender, the difference was absent. So they actually insignificantly different compared to those female and male students. So actually, I'm really sorry for the discussion. Actually, I conducted some research, some previous research, but still I didn't publish it yet. Actually, it has the findings were like the same. I conducted the previous research and like a different faculty that was the agriculture and aquaculture faculties, but and I found that actually their laboratory work competence were really low, because I know maybe there are some like the techniques and design of the learning design that need to be considered by the lecturers or instructors. So as the previous studies mentioned, that nowadays biotechnology advancements require high quality lab works, and the other previous findings say that a learning style and instruments are the matter to achieve learning goals. So again, and nowadays issues is related to high order thinking skills are really need to be achieved by our students. So it's still these HOTS also require hands-on activity. So I think again, my suggestions for this based on my findings is because of the still low level of student biotechnology laboratory work. So the lecturers or instructors need to design a really better learning addressing these things, and notwithstanding that no significant difference between male and female, and of course the structure can be just make the equal thing to give the treatment of between this male and female, but based on the academic level, I think it's better for the instructor or lecturer to make like a placement before they conducted the classes. Maybe that's one of design that they can make before, or even they can even mixture like the Prof told us that collaboration is can maybe make the learning activities better. So that's my presentation. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very interesting. And this is although it is a bit far from my study. So laboratory works and also the human resource competency, yeah, inside the laboratory indeed is becoming the determining factor of the result of the analysis. And absolutely, as the lecturer also, we need to supervise and make a good plan for that. Okay, so from these two presentations, so if you have any questions from the participants, feel free to ask the questions. You can use bahasa or English. Silahkan. Pak Nur, Busri Wahyuni, hello. Are you there, Busri? Pak Nur Widodo, hello. Halo Pak Nur. Or Mbak Hani. Oh yeah, Pak Fauzi. Yes. Oh yeah. Halo Busri, how are you? Okay, Busri mungkin masih ini ya, sedang ada acara juga. Pak Fauzi, if you like to, if you have a cross questions to each other, is okay too. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Bu Erlina.
Yeah.
Okay, Miss Diani, in my opinion, I think biotechnology is a branch of biology that requires high cost if students really want to master it. Do you agree with my statement?
Okay,
Yes, I totally agree with that.
Okay, why do you think that it requires a high cost? Because I'm not really familiar with your work, so maybe you can tell me a bit about it. Yeah.
Okay, maybe Miss Diani can explain it because Miss Diani is the lecturer of biotechnology course.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the question.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Because we
Okay,
don't know, Diani. So what actually makes it a high cost or maybe high maintenance? Yeah, is it because of the devices or maybe the human research or maybe how to maintain the planning or what?
Okay. Thank you for the really interesting question. But actually, we know that actually it's not only biotechnology, but to be more specific, in biotechnology, as Bu Erlina assumed, actually biotechnology need like really high advancement in terms of technology. So let me give you an example. Like when we need to just talk about PCR. Actually, PCR, polymer generation machine, is really not nowadays is really familiar among the people because of COVID pandemics. We need to we need to go to we need to go everywhere. We need to confirm that we are healthy by checking our condition using this PCR test, right? But well, actually, that's one of the equipment that required for biotechnology hands-on activity. And we can assure that how many universities, laboratories that have that kind of equipment, because one unit of that equipment, it can be like a million, a billion, or even some 100 million.
Okay.
So yeah, it's only for one equipment. And for the matter of hands-on activity for student, I think that's really high cost. So that's only one of the example that I can give you. Furthermore, we not only use that one equipment. We have like HPLC. We can have like maybe reverse transcriptase PCR. Even this equipment much more higher price compared to this only quantitative PCR. So yeah, to provide like for students to do this practice, only to make like a small sample, and it's only for practices. The cost is too high for them. So yeah, even nowadays we can use like in vivo, but still it's like only prediction. And yeah, scientists not recognizes this work as real work.
Yeah.
That's still the issue.
Only the
That's
bread.
my answer.
Okay, so hopefully that the campus, well, this is a hope, yeah. Hopefully that the campus can support the human resource or the students' advancement in technology by providing such expensive device, yeah. And that's our hope, yeah. Let's pray together. Okay, Pak Fauzi.
Amen.
What about maybe Budiani would like to ask a question to Pak Fauzi, or maybe Pak Nur, and also Mbak Hani would like to ask questions to the presenters. Go ahead.
May I,
Yes,
Bu
please.
Erlina?
Yes. To Pak Fauzi, yeah.
Yes, of course. Mr. Fauzi, your presentation was also really interesting because as a teacher, we need like we face several conditions, shock conditions. One of the conditions was like our the COVID-19 which occurred nowadays. And is there any really good thing, Pak Fauzi, good thing from your study? I mean, which can be from America. It in terms of it can be like a policy or the other things. A good thing that can be adopted to our country in our learning system. So because we know that maybe for those who live in America, of course, technology is not that matter. Maybe I don't know, but for Indonesia, Indonesian people they tend to like shaking with the technology even. So, can you give me like what actually the positive things that can be adopted, and of course, it's supposed to be compatible with Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Pak Fauzi.
Okay, last year I have present the other manuscript with Prof. Hidayati, and the paper discussed the policy in MTSU during pandemic. And one policy that may be very interesting is the campus give its lecturer one new laptop. So,
Wow, that's a very promising policy.
yeah, but the other policy it's maybe same with our campus, yeah. They conduct distance learning in 1 year, and then hybrid, and then face-to-face learning with maximum number of students in each room. Maybe just it maybe. Maybe if our campus can adopt the policy, if its lecturer get one new laptop, it's very good for us. Okay, thank you.
To improve and to boost the performance of lecture, yeah. Especially during pandemic where everywhere we have to use our gadget and also laptop. Even some of the lecturer needs to credit gitu ya in Indonesia, yeah, just in order to give or provide service for the students. Okay, right. So here we have another presenter, Pak Nur Widodo. Hello, Bapak. Good afternoon. Masih mute, Bapak. Can you please turn on your microphone? Okay, so Budiani and Pak Fauzi, thank you so much for the sessions. And we will head to the second panel, but actually not a panel because only one presentation from Pak Nur Widodo. Hello, Pak Nur.
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So happy to see you.
Thank
How
you
are
so
today?
much. Happy to see you too, Bu Erlina.
Okay, how are you
Yeah,
today, Pak Nur?
I miss you, Bu Erlina.
Oh, you miss me. I miss you too a lot. Okay, so
Thank
Pak Nur
you.
Widodo, today you are going to be our last presenter.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so you will have 10 minutes to present your finding of the
Yes.
study. And later on, Pak Fauzi, Buhani, and also Budiani will probably, interested in asking some questions to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, time is yours, Pak Nur.
Okay. Okay, is it my PowerPoint is what is can you see for my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can see it nicely.
Thank you. Okay, my research is teachers STEM understanding at MTS Muhammadiyah Telokomas Malang schools. Okay, this paper is from me to Sri to Indon. Okay, for the preface, for the introduction, STEM learning is expected to be the foundation in meeting the demand of scientific, technological, engineer, and mathematical literacy as required in 21st century learning. To meet this expectation, teachers are needed to master and are ready to realize STEM learning. This study aims to examine the understanding of STEM among science and mathematics teachers at MTS Muhammadiyah Telokomas Malang, and this research was conducted in August 2022. So the result of the study, the results showed that teachers' understanding of STEM as content and STEM as a process, where the content consisted of an integrated quadro content like science, technological, engineer, and mathematics. While STEM as a process based on process design engineering, and engineer development process is a cyclic process that applies in problem solving in the engineering world. So the position of problem in STEM can be positioned as the beginning of the learning. It can also position it after the analysis of integration of STEM content from relevant curriculum document. All STEM components have valuable educational meaning for the development of student personality. And STEM learning is understood as learning that can characterize by active student involvement, proceeding in discovery or inquiry, collaborating with students in group, solving real problem around the environment, through project-based learning, or the 5A cycle. How to design learning is done by instructional analysis, applying engineering development process, designing scenarios using project-based learning, problem-based learning, or cycle of 5A, implementing, reflecting on the process and result of implementation and the design. The conclusions is that the teachers already have a sufficient understanding of STEM. This is the fortunate condition to make a good teaching and learning STEM approach at MTS Muhammadiyah Telokomas Malang. Okay, I think enough. Thank you so much. And maybe I this give the time back to Mrs. Erlina Abidasari.
Okay, thank you, Pak Nurwidodo. A very concise presentation about STEM and how to implement the strategy in MTS ya Pak ya. So
Yes.
this is for junior high school. Okay, so well actually Pak Ahmad Fauzi has another paper to present. So actually Pak Fauzi today has two papers. So he is a bit greedy, I believe. But no, yeah, this is a good thing. So, Pak Nurwidodo, before starting the question and answer, we will hear the presentation from Pak Fauzi. One more presentation, and that will be the last. And we will go to question and answer.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Pak Fauzi.
Okay, thank you, Bu Erlina. This is our second manuscript. The title of this manuscript is Formulating the Instrument of Biology Education Students Towards Bioinformatics. And our theme is Mariam Salim. She is from Department of Bioinformatics and Biotechnology, University Faisal Abad, Pakistan. And the second author is me, Ahmad Fauzi from Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. This is our introduction. Bioinformatics is an interdisciplinary field that develops method and software tools for understanding biological data when the data sets are large and complex. As an interdisciplinary field of science, bioinformatics combines biology, chemistry, and then physics, computer science, statistics to analyze and interpret the biological data. Today's technology has given us high capacity analysis of genes and proteins, which make it necessary to integrate informatics when solving biological problems. It has become an important focus for industry, particularly in the post-genomic era. In 2020, humans produce 2.5 quintillion bytes of data every day, a number that is predicted to expand to 463 exabytes daily by 2025. Through bioinformatics, biologists can make sense of the massive amount of data created each day, and then leading to discoveries that help us better understand our world. Currently, biology courses are expected to be able to introduce bioinformatics concept and practices to students. By understanding bioinformatics, students can design research that does not require a lot of time, money, and effort, because if we learn bioinformatics, a student can design vaccine just from their laptop. And then, however, even though it can be a research alternative for students, students must master some basic concept and knowledge before they can understand the basic principles of bioinformatics. And the purpose of this study was to formulate the attitudes instrument of biology education students toward bioinformatics. And this is our method. This research was conducted by conducting a literature study from scientific journal articles related to the development of attitude instrument towards science and biology. Because if I search in Google, there are still no article that inform or develop attitude toward bioinformatics. After collecting several articles reporting attitude instrument toward biology or science, the authors formulates aspects that construct attitudes toward bioinformatics. After the aspects were determined, each aspect were broken down into several indicators. And this is our result. The first aspect from attitudes toward bioinformatics is self-concept in bioinformatics, and the second, social implication of bioinformatics, and then normality of bioinformatics scientists, and then attitudes toward scientific inquiry in bioinformatics, adoption of scientific attitudes, and then leisure interest in bioinformatics, and then career interest in bioinformatics, and the last is enjoyment of bioinformatics lesson. And then after we formulate the aspect, each aspect were broken down into several items, such as self-concept in bioinformatics become some items, such as for me, bioinformatics is very easy. And then I learned bioinformatics quickly. Bioinformatics is useful in my life. And then in the second aspect, the item that can be formulated from this aspect is bioinformatics helps to make life better. Bioinformatics can help to make the world a better place. Bioinformatics is important for society. And this is our item. Okay. After analyzing the literature, the attitudes instrument toward bioinformatics has been successfully formulated. But in this research, we still not conduct a pilot test, validation process from experts. So in the future research, we will validate this instrument, and we will conduct a pilot test, and we will use this instrument to collect the data about attitudes toward bioinformatics from students in Indonesia and maybe in the other country. Okay, thank you. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, it looks like Pak Fauzi already collaborated with international writers, yeah, from USA and then from Pakistan. I wonder actually, how can you? Probably this is like a good tip, yeah, for others. How can you get them into your writing? So this is maybe also my question, because I'm very interested in this. Pak Fauzi, can you please give us a little tip how to do it?
Okay, actually I use email to communicate with the other from the other country, and then in that email I explain If I'm Muhammad Fauzi, I'm lecturer from campus in Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. If you interested with me, can you collaborate with me? And then if I find a good scientific article, and then in there, in corresponding author, usually we can get information about email, yeah. So from this email, I can send information about me, and I can mengajak them to become my co-author in my publication. Thank you.
All right. Okay, good. All right. So that is the end of the second panel. So everybody, all the participants, if you have any questions regarding to Pak Nur or probably to Pak Fauzi, feel free to raise your hand and then ask the questions. You can also speak in Bahasa Indonesia if you think that you have problem with English. Okay, anybody would like to ask questions? Or maybe me, can I ask Pak Fauzi one question from your first presentation actually? But if looking at the second case from Pakistan and also what is actually important is in your study and how actually can you let people to be interested in your study, because that is actually a very, I think, deep construct of a study. So how can people be interested to your study, Pak Fauzi?
Okay, for this question for to my second manuscript, yeah.
Yes, to your
Okay.
manuscript.
Yeah, actually in this manuscript, I report how to construct instrument that, and that instrument can be used for collect the attitude data of student toward bioinformatics. Why we develop the instrument? Because if we learn about pedagogy, we learn about teaching and learning theory, attitude toward attitude toward science, attitude toward biology is the main factor and the predictor of student achievement and student motivation. So if we can access the student attitude toward the informatics, we can analyze and we can predict the bioinformatic achievement of student if bioinformatic achievement from the other perspective. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so it is a matter of personal opinion then, if it is about attitude, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions probably to Pak Nur Widodo about STEM and the implication to the junior high schoolers? Budiani, do you want to ask question to Pak Nur?
Okay, thank you so much, Bu Erlina, for the opportunity. Well, actually, I'm wondering about the Mr. Nur Widodo topics. It's about STEMs. As your conclusion is there's no issues that related to teachers' comprehension about the STEM itself. Did you find like an obstacles to implement these STEMs in terms of in Indonesian frame? So that's actually because nowadays people tend to like, okay, STEM is a really good thing, so you need to implement this, and this, something like that. But I believe that each of the things can face its maybe hindrance that may faced as it is implemented. So could you please explain this in more detail, Mr. Nur Widodo? Thank you.
Yes.
Nur?
Okay. For more clear, maybe I want to respond to answer the most important question with the Indonesian language. So no worry, yeah. I think
no problem. I think we all Indonesians here, so you can answer in bahasa apa, Pak? Pak Nur? I think there is a connection problem. Okay, so the question is actually about although all people understand and know about it, there should be a problem in or challenges in implementing, right? Okay, so Pak Nur is still probably having a signal problem. Okay. I saw some newcomers here, Putwi Retno, and then Pak Andi, and then Bu Meratus. Hello, how are you today? Bu Karisma too. Hello. Hello. Putwi, where are you from?
I'm from Pamekasan,
Oh,
but
Pamekasan.
yes, but now I'm on hospital on Surabaya.
Oh, I see. Okay. Are you
Where Pamekasan?
where in
Which part?
Pamekasan?
I'm from Pamekasan as well.
Oh, tetangga nih, neighbor.
Hi.
Hello.
From which part of Pamekasan,
From
Budu?
which part between?
Yes, ma'am.
Pamekasan mana, Budwi?
Oh, I'm on Jalan Stadion Street.
Oh, deket dong, saya Jalan Veteran.
Oke kan, ketemu tetangga di sini ya. Okay, yeah. I think that Anwar Widodo has a little bit of problem. Before that, I would like to announce that after this, all participants should go to the main room, and later on, there will be an announcement about how to get the certificate. And usually, the secretary of the not the secretary, but the committee will deliver the certificate in G Drive link, and everybody can access the G Drive link. I believe it will be shared in the WhatsApp group for the participants. So if you have not joined the WhatsApp group for the participant, please visit our website and then go to WhatsApp group link, and then you can scan, or maybe you can click the link and then go to our WhatsApp group for participants. And all of the information from today's conference will also be uploaded in our website too. Okay, so while waiting for Pak Nur, I would like to also share you in the chat about the schedule of coaching for paper coaching. Yeah, so although we all here, the presenters know already about it, but it's okay. So at least I already did my job. Okay. Saya share dulu ya. For everyone. Wait a second. Or maybe I can share screen ya, so that everybody can see it. Yang mana ya? Sudah saya prepare. Oh, this one. Okay, so I would share the screen. Not this one. This one. Okay, can everybody see my screen? Share? Okay, so everybody, this is the program after the conference. Yeah, if you already submitted your paper, and then there will be a workshop program conducted by the committee for 2 days, starting from Saturday, the 1st of October, and then it will be a full day workshop. And after 15:30, you will have your asynchronous learning. So there will be a revision from your manuscript and improvement. And that will be done independently. And later on Saturday, October 8, 2022, you will also be included in the second program, And it also becomes one full day workshop, not full day, but until 13:50. Yeah. And then you will do asynchronously after that. So do not forget to join, because this is very important if you want to publish your work in our international publication, and it is already indexed and it is already well recognized. So please, these two agenda from Saturday 1st of October and also the 8th of October, you need to join. Okay, so Pak Nur, I don't think Pak Nur will come, yeah? All right, so everybody, is there anyone that has not been presenting? Bumar Atus, are you the participant? Or
Yes.
presenter? Are you participant or presenter?
Partisipan.
Oh, participant, yeah. Okay, everybody, then thank you so much for this joyful discussion. I'm having a lot of knowledge from Pak Fauzi, from Budiani, and also a lot of, like insightful context, yeah, from not only in Indonesia but also from USA, from Pakistan, from also from Indonesian MTS tadi from Pak Nur Widodo. Okay, thank you a lot for attending the first session, the first room, I mean. And then we will be back to the main session after this, and we will close the conference. So if other groups or if other room is not yet finished, so just stay there in the main room, and then we will continue with the closing later on. Thank you, everybody, and I'll see you next time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
the International Conference on Education. Thank you very much for the excitement from all of the participants. Before we end today's conference, I would like to extend our gratitude to all the invited speakers of parallel session by handing some souvenirs from Wardah as our sponsor. So please come to the stage. The first is Professor Dr. Dwi Priyo Utomo. And the souvenir will be handed by the head of the committee, Mr. Fuad Jaya Miharja. Please come to the stage. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I have a round of applause for Professor Dr. Dwi Priyo Utomo. Thank you very much. Okay, you may be seated again, Prof. Dwi. Silahkan, boleh kembali ke tempat duduk kembali. Selanjutnya kita juga akan memanggilkan the representative of Professor Dr. Ribut Wahyu, Ibu Erlina, to come to the stage. Thank you so much, Ibu Erlina, and also Professor Dr. Ribut Erianti. And of course, the last, we would like to ask the representative of Professor Dr. Tobroni to come to the stage, Bapak Arif. Thank you very much, Bapak Arif, and also Mr. Fuad for coming to the stage. And that's all, ladies and gentlemen. Before we end today's agenda, I would like to inform you again that in addition of today's conference, there will be a workshop which will be held synchronously on 1st and 8th October 2022. And for more information, you can contact the contact person of the committee in group WhatsApp. So please come to your contact person in WhatsApp group. Thank you very much. Again, on behalf of the committee, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to all of the speakers and participants for making this event successfully held. We would like to apologize for some mistakes during this event. It's very nice to meet you. We are looking forward to meet you in the next event. I'm Rahmania Santoso. See you again and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Manusia di atas teknologi. Semua inovasi bersumber dari manusia. Sedangkan sumber daya manusia yang unggul berawal dari pendidikan dan guru yang profesional. Dan masa depan bermula dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kota tempatmu tinggal? Kota sebelum kamu memulai masa depan yang kamu impikan. Kota pendidikan yang sejuk dengan sejuta keindahan yang menawarkan berbagai kesempatan untuk memulai mimpimu. Bagaimana jika ini adalah kampusmu? Kampus Islam terbaik dunia. Dengan berbagai rekognisi yang akan menginspirasimu untuk tumbuh dan menjadi bagian dari revolusi di masa depan. Bagaimana jika ini adalah fakultasmu? Fakultas terkemuka dengan 7 pilihan program studi yang memiliki sejarah panjang dan kontribusi nyata dalam dunia pendidikan. Tempatmu belajar dan melihat dunia dengan perspektif yang berbeda. Dan ini adalah kelasmu, kelas yang tanpa sekat ruang dan waktu. Kamu akan bertemu dengan mereka, berkolaborasi, dan mengatasi tantangan-tantangan ke depan. Kamu akan bertemu dengan dosen inspiratif yang membawamu berpetualang memperluas cakrawala dengan tetap berpegang pada nilai-nilai keislaman. Mengubah passion menjadi penelitian yang memberikan jawaban berbagai permasalahan. Mendorongmu hadir di tengah mereka yang membutuhkan. Dan ini adalah kelas pilihanmu. Dengan jas merahmu, kamu akan berkolaborasi dengan mereka dalam menyelami ilmu pengetahuan secara merdeka. Bagaimana jika ini adalah frame yang akan berisi potret dirimu? Bergabung bersama deretan potret senyum kemenangan menjadi kebanggaan. Ini adalah wajah-wajah yang akan kamu temui kelak. Wajah-wajah penuh harapan yang menjanjikan gemilang Indonesia. Dan kamu menjadi bagian di dalamnya. Ini adalah titik balik dalam kehidupanmu. Disinilah mimpimu akan terwujud. Mulailah sebagai generasi pembaharu. Join FKIP UMM, Reach Your Bright Future.